Chapter 347. Chaos. The entire place was in chaos. Screams and curses filled the air. The Duanmu family members, in particular, screamed and fled frantically. "Don't leave me behind." A scream was heard not far away from Lu Ming. A few figures shot up into the sky in an attempt to escape. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming's long spear jerked and a spear radiance shot out. The few martial ancestor realm 4th and 5th realm martial artists were easily killed by Lu Ming. With a flash of his figure, Lu Ming appeared on the other side. He looked down and frowned slightly. Below, Lu Yao lay limp on the ground with a look of despair. Duanmu Tsanghai, Duanmu Lin, Duanmu Pajuan, the higher-ups of the Duanmu family were killed one after another in front of her. Her dreams and future were completely shattered. "Lu Ming, it's all your fault. You destroyed me." Lu Yao lifted her head and looked at Lu Ming with reddened eyes. Her eyes were filled with hatred. "I destroyed you? What a joke." Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao and scolded coldly. "From the beginning to the end, I've never provoked you. You're the one who's been deceiving me, and you've even taken my bloodline. When I came to the Mystic Essence Sword sect, it was the Duanmu family who targeted me and tried to kill me. Now, you are saying that I destroyed you? Are you saying that I can only let you kill me and I can't fight back? What a joke. Lu Yao, let me tell you. You only have yourself to blame for everything." Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao and said slowly. His voice was calm and there were no fluctuations in his emotions. He was just stating a fact. "Only have myself to blame? Only have myself to blame. Ha ha ha." Lu Yao muttered to herself and then laughed maniacally. Swoosh! Swoosh! At that moment, two figures appeared beside Lu Ming. They were Autumn Moon and Xian Yanqing. After laughing, Lu Yao calmed down and looked at Xian Yanqing and Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon and Xian Yanqing, one in a white dress and the other in a black dress, had a natural temperament. They stood in the air like peerless goddesses. Lu Yao had always prided herself on her beauty, but compared to Autumn Moon and Xian Yanqing, she was still lacking. In addition, Autumn Moon and Xian Yanqing exuded a powerful aura. When they stood next to Lu Ming, they looked like a couple of immortals. At this moment, Lu Yao's heart was extremely complicated. There was regret, resentment, and envy. Only have herself to blame. Yes, Lu Ming was right. She had only herself to blame. All of this was caused by herself. If she hadn't thought so much in the past, if she hadn't looked down on Lu Ming, despised him, and even deprived him of his bloodline because of his decadence, she wouldn't have pursued Lu Ming and stayed by his side obediently. Then, standing beside Lu Ming, the one who was envied by countless people wouldn't be anyone else but her. At this moment, she finally understood the meaning of the saying, "Don't look down on a poor young man." People would always have their ups and downs. But a low point was only temporary. As long as one didn't die, they would eventually rise. Envious of the prosperity and brilliance of others, but ignoring the brilliance and potential of those around me. In the end, it's all for nothing. Was I wrong? Perhaps I was really wrong. Lu Yao suddenly let out a long sigh. Huff. Huff. Suddenly, the true qi in Lu Yao's body went berserk. Streaks of fiery true qi rushed out from Lu Yao's body. Pu qi. Then, Lu Yao's body trembled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her qi rapidly weakened until she was like an ordinary person. Her cultivation was destroyed. Lu Yao had gone through so many ups and downs in such a short period of time. Her state of mind had gone through so many ups and downs that it actually caused her to collapse and her cultivation to be destroyed. Lu Yao collapsed on the ground. Her eyes were unfocused and filled with despair. At this moment, the scenes that had happened along the way appeared in Lu Yao's mind. She suddenly realized that only the 3 years she had spent with Lu Ming were truly happy. Later on, when she pursued more, it became even more tiring. After a while, Lu Yao suddenly burst into tears. She looked at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, I'm sorry. Fine. Lu Ming suddenly sighed and said, one has to look to the side. Although the scenery in the distance is beautiful, it's just an illusion. It's like a dream flower. It's also a good outcome for you to be an ordinary person in the future. Then, Lu Ming called over an expert of the Qi Xia cavalry and ordered, take her to an ordinary village nearby and let her live there for the rest of her life. Yes. The Qi Xia cavalry accepted the order and carried Lu Yao away in a flash. A light breeze blew and a drop of sparkling tear floated towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming opened his hand and the tear fell on his palm. That's good. Lu Ming whispered. What? You don't want to leave your old lover? On the side, Enchanting curled his lips and said. Old lover? Lu Ming smiled and said, aren't you my old lover? Me? Bah. Who's your old lover? Enchanting rolled his eyes at Lu Ming and said while gritting his teeth. However, her face was a little red. Autumn Moon blinked her watery eyes and looked at Lu Ming and Enchanting. She smiled gently and said nothing. There was no suspense in this battle. In the end, the Duanmu family was almost completely annihilated, and the Shifang sword faction suffered heavy losses. Only a small number of people escaped. As for the dozens of experts that Yin Tianjue brought with him, they were all killed except for him. The 5 courtyards of the Mystic Essence sword faction were filled with ruins and corpses. The ground was dyed red with blood. The atmosphere was solemn. Although the Mystic Essence sword faction had won this battle, they had suffered heavy casualties. It could be said that the Mystic Essence sword faction's strength had dropped a lot after this battle. Due to the betrayal of the Duanmu family, the White Tiger courtyard was almost destroyed. Lu Ming walked among the dilapidated walls. Marquis Champion. Marquis Champion. The disciples of the Mystic Essence sword faction bowed respectfully when they saw Lu Ming. They were very conflicted. Lu Ming was the same as them, a disciple of the Mystic Essence sword faction. However, things were different now. Now, Lu Ming was the Marquis Champion, and he controlled the army. Moreover, he had 2 half-step kings as his subordinates. He had become an overlord of the Blazing Sun Empire, an overlord who was on the same level as Lin Shui. Lu Ming nodded in response. Marquis Champion. Lu Ming saw Zhang Muyun in the Azure Dragon courtyard. Zhang Muyun was covered in blood, and Zhuo Yirong was beside him. Brother Zhang, you're welcome. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming was happy that Zhang Muyun and Zhuo Yirong were fine. Although Lu Ming had not interacted much with the two, Lu Ming admired their characters. Many people died. Duan Gang also died in battle. Zhang Muyun sighed. His voice was solemn and sad. Duan Gang died? Lu Ming asked in a low voice. Duan Gang was the #1 genius of the Black Tortoise Courtyard. He had once competed with them for the bronze ranking. He was a very straightforward youth. But now, he had died in battle. After chatting with Zhang Muyun for a while, Lu Ming left. After walking around, Lu Ming arrived at the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Lu Ming. Mullins called out softly as she walked toward Lu Ming. Her eyes were filled with joy. Chapter 348. Senior Sister Mullins. Lu Ming smiled and walked towards Mullins. Lu Ming, I was right about you. I haven't seen you for a long time. Your achievements are beyond my imagination. Now that you've become the Marquis Champion, should I call you Marquis when I see you? Mullins came to Lu Ming's side with a smile and teased him. After a year, Mullins's figure had become even more voluptuous. She was wearing a tight black gauze dress, which outlined a soul-stirring curve on her body. The faint body fragrance kept wafting into Lu Ming's nose. It was full of temptation. She was like a ripe peach. Senior Sister Mullins, you must be joking. In front of Senior Sister, I'm still the same junior brother. Lu Ming said with a wry smile. Mullins showed a satisfied smile, as if to say, at least you know what's good for you. Then, Mullins looked at Lu Ming carefully. A trace of longing flashed in her eyes, but no one noticed it. Whoosh! At this time, a figure flew over and appeared above them. It was a middle-aged man. Marquis Champion, the sect leader has something to discuss with you in the conference hall. The middle-aged man respectfully cupped his fists and bowed. Okay, I'll be there soon. Lu Ming nodded. Thank you, Marquis Champion. The middle-aged man cupped his fists and thanked him, then left. Senior Sister Mullins, let's talk another day. Lu Ming said with a smile. Okay. Mullins nodded. Then, Lu Ming soared into the sky and went out of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. The Qi Xia Cavalry's temporary barracks were here. Marquis. When Lu Ming came back, the Qi Xia Cavalry saluted him. Whether it was Lu Ming or Tianyun, the Qi Xia Cavalry did not care about them. They only recognized one person, the Marquis Champion himself. Following which, Lu Ming brought the golden-eyed blood zombie and Yan Quan to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's meeting hall. The meeting hall of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect was located in the depths of the 5 great academies. It was where the sect leader, the gold-robed elders, and the gold-ranked disciples cultivated. It was the core of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Back then, Lu Ming had stayed in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect for so long, but he had never come here. Now that he had left the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, he was here. The world was truly a wonderful place. The champion Marquis has arrived. Lu Ming had just appeared outside the meeting hall when someone announced his arrival. Then, dozens of figures walked out of the meeting hall. The one at the front was Lin Shui, and on the right was the only remaining half-step king of Ghost Moon Saber Sect, Shengguan Ming. On the left was another half-step king warrior from the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Most of the others were the golden-robed elders of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, as well as the deans of the Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Azure Dragon academies. Feng Wuji was also among them. Ha ha ha, Marquis Champion has arrived. Please come in, and Brother Yen as well. Lin Shui laughed heartily as he cupped his fists towards Lu Ming and Yan Quan. His tone was extremely polite, completely treating Lu Ming as an equal. Greetings Marquis Champion, greetings Senior Yan Quan. The gold-robed elders also cupped their fists. Their feelings were complicated. Lu Ming was once a disciple of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, a heaven's pride. After entering the sect, he had set many records. But in the end, because of the Duanmu family, they had made Lu Ming leave the sect. But in such a short period of time, Lu Ming had made such great achievements all by himself. Even they had to bow their heads before Lu Ming. This was simply inconceivable. Sect leader Lin, seniors, there is no need to be so polite. Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Yan Quan was expressionless. As for the golden-eyed blood zombie, it naturally didn't have any reaction. It followed closely behind Lu Ming. The group walked into the meeting hall and took their seats. This time, it is all thanks to the Marquis Champion's timely arrival. Otherwise, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect would have been destroyed by the Decimo Sword Sect. Here, I represent all the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect to thank the Marquis Champion. At the head of the hall, Lin Shui stood up and thanked Lu Ming solemnly. Sect leader Lin, you are too polite. I just don't want the Decimo Sword Sect to unify the Blazing Sun Empire. Lu Ming smiled faintly. His attitude was indifferent. No matter what, I still have to thank the Marquis Champion. Lin Shui cupped his fists again and sighed in his heart. He was a little disappointed. It was obvious that Lu Ming didn't have a good impression of them. He originally wanted to let Lu Ming return to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect if possible. But now, looking at Lu Ming's attitude, it was impossible. Lin Shui composed himself and continued, Today, I invited the Marquis Champion here to discuss the current situation and what we need to do. Lu Ming nodded. This time, the Decimo Sword Sect was defeated. They will definitely not let it go and will come back. Moreover, the Decimo Sword Sect and Sky Fiend Sect have joined hands. Plus, they have occupied the imperial capital. No one is a match for the Decimo Sword Sect alone. Therefore, We must join hands with the Crimson Cloud Valley. Only then will we have the power to fight the Decimo Sword Sect. The most important thing now is to rescue the Crimson Cloud Valley. Some of the experts from the Sky Fiends Sect and Decimo Sword Sect have disappeared. They most likely went to deal with the Crimson Cloud Valley. What do you think, Marquis Champion and Senior Shengguan? Lin Shui analyzed and then looked at Lu Ming and Shengguan Ming. I have no objections. As long as we don't let the Decimo Sword Sect succeed. Shengguan Ming said. I have no objections either. Lu Ming nodded. No one had any objections. They immediately sent out experts to support the Crimson Cloud Valley. Lin Shui went personally, Shengguan Ming volunteered, and Lu Ming sent Yan Quan. The three half-step kings led a large group of experts to attack the Crimson Cloud Valley. Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and began to devour and refine the essence blood. In this battle, Lu Ming had devoured a large amount of essence blood and used it all to improve the Nine Dragons bloodline. His cultivation base had risen too quickly, and he still needed some time to polish it. Therefore, he used all his essence blood to improve the bloodline. Now, Lu Ming felt that the Nine Dragons bloodline had reached the limit of the first tier of the King Realm. It would soon reach the second tier of the King Realm. With a wave of his hand, a jade bottle appeared. There were 9 drops of essence blood in the jade bottle. These 9 drops of essence blood were stored together, and they were incompatible with each other. They were like 9 resplendent rubies. This was the essence blood that Duanmu Canghai had left behind. He inhaled with his true qi, and a drop of essence blood flew out. At the same time, the Nine Dragons bloodline appeared and sucked the drop of essence blood into its mouth. Boom! After the drop of essence blood was sucked in, it was like a volcano erupting with terrifying energy. The Nine Dragons bloodline's body swelled rapidly. Roar! The Nine Dragons bloodline roared, and the sound rumbled, shaking the heavens and earth as it started to refine the essence blood. The essence blood of a half-step king contained too much energy. The endless energy was all absorbed by the Nine Dragons bloodline. Buzz! Half an hour later, the Nine Dragons bloodline shook. There was only one silver chakra around its body, but now, a second silver chakra appeared. Second tier of the King Realm. The Nine Dragons bloodline reached the second tier of the King Realm. Half-step King essence blood is indeed terrifying. Chapter 349. Just 1 drop of essence blood was enough to raise the Nine Dragons bloodline from King Grade Level 1 to King Grade Level 2. Continue. Lu Ming took out another drop of essence blood and swallowed it. This time, Lu Ming raised the second bloodline. The second bloodline was an ancient stone tablet. There seemed to be words on it, but they were blurry and Su Mo couldn't see what they were. It seemed very mysterious. Until now, the second bloodline didn't seem to have any other magical effects other than increasing his combat strength when Lu Ming unleashed his power. This didn't match the level of a king grade bloodline. Lu Ming guessed that this might be because the bloodline's level was too low. As long as the bloodline's level was raised, the second bloodline would definitely show some power. A gigantic stone tablet appeared. Surging blood essence energy was continuously channeled into the stone tablet. However, the second bloodline was now at King Grade Level 4. The amount of essence blood needed to raise it was too much. 1 drop, 2 drops, after refining a total of 7 drops, the second bloodline was raised to the limit of King Grade Level 4. Lu Ming continued to refine 2 more drops. Unfortunately, the second bloodline was still at the limit of King Grade Level 4. The bloodline's level is too slow now. A half-step king can only raise it by a little. Ordinary martial ancestor realm level 8 and 7 don't have much effect. The effect is better for martial ancestor realm level 9. Lu Ming pondered and was speechless. He really didn't know what kind of essence blood was needed to raise the bloodline. Martial king grade level? Thinking of this, Lu Ming was speechless. A day has passed. Let's go out and take a look. With a thought, Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon. After he came out, he received news that Lin Shuai and the others had returned. So fast? Lu Ming was surprised. Yan Quan then told him what had happened. It turned out that when Lin Shuai and the others were rushing to the Crimson Cloud Valley, they ran into people from the Crimson Cloud Valley. They were rushing to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. When they met, they found out that the Decimo Sword Sect and the Heaven Demons Sect had sent a large number of experts to besiege the Crimson Cloud Valley. However, the Crimson Heaven Valley had not been infiltrated by the 10 Directions Sword Sect. How could it be so easy to break through? However, the people from the Crimson Cloud Valley were also unable to come out. They were blocked. Even if they wanted to save the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, they were unable to do so. Unexpectedly, after 2 days, the 10 Directions Sword Sect and the Heaven Fiend Sect suddenly retreated. Only then did the Red Cloud Valley send people to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect to help. Everyone guessed that the Omnidirectional Sword Sect had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, which was why the experts besieging the Crimson Heaven Valley had retreated. Lu Ming nodded. The Scarlet Heaven Valley was fine, this was a great thing. Lu Ming and Yan Quan chatted for a while before Lin Shui sent someone to invite him to discuss some matters. This time, of course, it was to discuss their next course of action. After the discussion, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect began to gather the various legions and experts in the area around the sect. It was the same for Scarlet Heaven Valley. 5 days later, Hua Qi and Ming Meng led their armies to the Mystic Origin Sword Sect. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping naturally came as well. Lu Ming arranged for Lu Yuntian and Li Ping to stay in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. This way, as long as the Mystic Essence Sword Sect didn't fall, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping would be safe. The second day after Hua Qi arrived, he announced to the world as the legitimate heir of the imperial family. In the announcement, Hua Qi pointed out that Heavenly King Suppressing had colluded with the 10 Directions Sword Sect and the Heaven Fiend Sect to usurp the throne. They had killed the Burning Sun Emperor, Hua Jingxing, and slaughtered the entire imperial family. Therefore, he gathered the righteous people of the world to fight Heavenly King Suppressing, the 10 Directions Sword Sect, and the Heaven Fiend Sect. After the announcement, Lu Ming was the first to respond. He was willing to lead the army to fight against the 10 Directions Sword Sect. The Champion Marquis and the Scarlet Blood Cavalry were the first to respond. The world was shaken. Then, more and more people responded. Needless to say, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and the Crimson Heaven Valley's territory naturally listened to their orders. Many legions that originally belonged to the imperial family also rushed to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's territory to respond to Hua Qi's call. Half a month later, Hua Qi gathered an army of nearly 1 million soldiers. At this time, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect in the east of the Burning Sun Empire and the Crimson Heaven Valley in the south of the Burning Sun Empire had formed a triangle. At this time, the 10 Directions Sword Sect and the Heaven Fiend Sect also made their move. They gathered their armies and began to attack. The two forces started a life and death battle. This battle lasted for a month. The Burning Sun Empire didn't have a true martial king. The strongest were half-step kings. Therefore, the battle wasn't one-sided. The battle was extremely intense. Although the 10 Directions Sword Sect and the Heaven Fiend Sect were a bit stronger than the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, the Crimson Heaven Valley, and Lu Ming. However, because Lu Ming had brought Yan Quan and the Golden Eye Blood Zombie, they weren't at a disadvantage in terms of half-step kings. Even if the 10 Directions Sword Sect was a bit stronger, it wouldn't be by much. It would be impossible for them to defeat Lu Ming's side in a short time. Thus, the two sides entered a stalemate. Added together, the two sides had over 8 million soldiers. During this period, the Crimson Blood Iron Cavalry was extremely eye-catching. They were undefeatable and had made great contributions. The 10 Directions Sword Sect's face changed. However, they had a shortcoming. They only had 30,000 soldiers. Moreover, as the battles continued, their numbers were also decreasing. In a battle of millions of soldiers, it was hard for them to gain a decisive advantage. En Moon Empire, Jinan King's Mansion. A group of people was discussing something. Jinan King, Tianjue, was missing an arm. He sat on the main seat with a gloomy face. He seemed to be thinking. King, why don't we send reinforcements to the 10 Directions Sword Sect and wipe out the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, the Crimson Heaven Valley, and Lu Ming? A general asked. Help the 10 Directions Sword Sect? What good would that do for us? Jinan Wang smiled coldly, looking as if he had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. He said, isn't this good? The 10 Directions Sword Sect is fighting among themselves. When both sides are injured, we'll lead the army and wipe out the Burning Sun Empire. We'll take over the whole empire. King is wise. 10 Directions Mountain, Conference Hall. There were dozens of people in the hall. They were all higher-ups of the 10 Directions Sword Sect and the Sky Evil Sect. Among them, Heavenly King Suppression and Xiao Wuyang were also present. Xiao Wuyang sat on the main seat. What's the situation now? Xiao Wuyang asked. Sect leader, the two armies are in a stalemate. Neither side can truly suppress the other. A golden-robed elder of the 10 Directions Sword Sect reported. Moreover, the other side is very cunning and heavily guarded. We've sent assassins to assassinate the experts of the other side many times, but they were all discovered in advance and killed by us. Another golden-robed elder reported. Yeah, the most troublesome one is Lu Ming's Crimson Blood Iron Cavalry. They've caused a lot of casualties to our side. The golden-robed elder sighed. Bam! Chapter 350. At the mention of Lu Ming, Xiao Wuyang's face darkened, and his killing intent soared. It was all because of Lu Ming that the situation had turned out this way and the Shifang Sword Sect was in such a passive state. Originally, Xiao Wuyang's plan was perfect, and he would have already unified the Blazing Sun Empire. It was all because of Lu Ming's interference that his plan was ruined. This Lu Ming must be eliminated as soon as possible. Xiao Wuyang gritted his teeth. It's difficult to eliminate Lu Ming. A golden-robed elder sighed. Lu Ming's battle strength was extremely strong, and he had a half-step king by his side at all times. It was almost impossible to kill Lu Ming. What about Tianjue? Has he not responded yet? Xiao Wuyang asked. No, the emissary said that Tianjue did not see him at all. Damn it. Tianjue, that old fox, is waiting for us to both be injured so that he can reap the benefits. Xiao Wuyang roared. Sect Master, there's no need to be so worried. It won't take long to eliminate the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and kill Lu Ming. At this moment, a clear voice sounded. As soon as this was said, everyone's gaze turned toward the speaker. This person was in his 20s, and it was Qiu Changkong. Changkong, do you have a solution? Xiao Wuyang asked. Sect Master, and all the other seniors here, have you all forgotten that the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace is recruiting Emperor Heaven Divine Guards every 5 years? Qiu Changkong smiled. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace is recruiting Emperor Heaven Divine Guards? Xiao Wuyang was startled at first, but then he seemed to have thought of something and said joyfully, that's right. Look at me, I forgot about this matter. Changkong, with that person's help, there's a great chance for you to join the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards. As long as you join the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards and borrow a bit of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's power, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and Lu Ming can be destroyed with a flip of the hand. That's right, why didn't I think of that? Some of the golden-robed elders of the 10 Directions Sword Sect also laughed heartily. As for the experts from Heaven Fiend's sect, they were puzzled. Brother Qiu, as far as I know, the Empyrean Divine Guards are recruited once every 5 years. The people they recruit are all peerless and monstrous geniuses. Furthermore, they are not recruited from the 36 countries of the Cloud Emperor, but from the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. The eastern region of the Tianxian region is extremely vast. The Cloud Emperor mountain range where the 36 countries of Cloud Emperor are located is just a small part of it. There are many regions that are bigger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Geniuses are as common as clouds in the sky. It's not that I'm looking down on nephew Changkong. Nephew Changkong's talent is naturally extremely shocking. However, it's still another matter if he wants to join the Tian Divine Guards. The Heaven Fiend Sect Master said. In the Divine Wilderness, there were many large regions. The region where the Cloud Emperor mountain range was located was the Tianxian region. The Tianxian domain was incomparably vast, and the Cloud Emperor mountain range was just an inconspicuous mountain range in the Tianxian domain. In the Blazing Sun Empire, Qiu Changkong was able to suppress the other geniuses. Countless young geniuses were overshadowed by him. However, in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region, he was nothing. However, Qiu Changkong, Qiu Wuyang and the elders of the 10 Direction Sword sect looked very confident. It was no wonder that the Heaven Fiend Sect Master was puzzled. Brothers Hua, there's no harm in telling you. Changkong has been talented since young. When he was young, he was fancied by an important figure in the Tianxian region's eastern branch palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and was taken in as an in-name disciple. All these years, that important figure would occasionally come to the 10 Direction Sword sect to teach Changkong. Qiu Wuyang smiled proudly. What? Nephew Changkong was taken in as an in-name disciple by an important figure in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? The Heaven Fiend sect leader stood up from his chair with a thud, almost roaring out loud. The Sky Suppression King and some other experts of the Heaven Fiend sect had the same expression. Shocking, it was too shocking. What kind of existence was the important figure in the Tianxian region's eastern branch palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? He actually fancied Qiu Changkong and took him in as an in-name disciple. Although he was only an in-name disciple and not a true disciple, it was still shocking enough. No wonder. No wonder Qiu Changkong was able to lead the other geniuses by so much and even made it into the Emperor Cloud leaderboard. Not long ago, he even killed a genius on the Emperor Cloud leaderboard. So that's why. The Heaven Fiend Sect Master sighed and looked at Qiu Changkong with envy. Now we just need to withdraw our forces and maintain a stalemate with the Mystic Essence Sword sect. When Changkong becomes an Emperor Heaven Divine Guard, we can use a little of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's power and annihilate the Mystic Essence Sword sect and Crimson Cloud Valley in an instant. Qiu Wuyang laughed. Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, the Martial King's treasure is mine. Let's see how long you can hide. Qiu Changkong's eyes emitted cold killing intent. Ever since the news that Tianyun was Lu Ming spread, Qiu Changkong had guessed that Lu Yuntian was Lu Ming's father and that the one who had saved Lu Ming was Lu Yuntian. Lu Yuntian endured for so many years because he wanted to pass on the secret of the Martial Emperor's treasure to his son. Now, Lu Ming, you should already know about the secret of the Martial Emperor's treasure. Alright, I'll pry the secret of the Martial Emperor's treasure from you. Qiu Changkong's eyes flickered with ruthlessness. After a short while, Qiu Wuyang gave the order for the 10 Direction Sword sect to withdraw their forces and start their defense. They were waiting for the day when the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would recruit Emperor Heaven Divine Guards. They did not have to wait for long. 1 month later, both sides stopped fighting. The higher-ups of both sides gave the order that even small conflicts could not occur. Those who disobeyed would be killed. This was because on this day, an envoy from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace arrived at the Blazing Sun Empire. Whenever the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was about to recruit Emperor Heaven Divine Guards, they would send out envoys to patrol the various empires and send out invitations to the geniuses. Only the geniuses who received the invitations could participate in the selection of the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards. With the arrival of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's envoys, both sides naturally did not dare to start a war. They were afraid that the envoys would be displeased. Both sides were waiting for the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's envoys to send out the invitations. In a secret room in the 10 Direction Mountain, Qiu Wuyang and Qiu Changkong sat opposite each other. Changkong, that Lu Ming's talent is extremely shocking. If he participates in the selection of the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards, he might be a threat to you. Although the threat is very small, you can't ignore it. Qiu Wuyang said. Lu Ming won't be able to receive the invitation. Qiu Changkong said with a cold smile on his face. Won't be able to receive the invitation? Could it be your revered master from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Qiu Wuyang's eyes flashed with joy. Qiu Changkong shook his head and said, "It's just a small matter. There's no need to trouble revered master. He's one of my senior brothers. I've already sent him a message. Lu Ming won't be able to receive the invitation." Qiu Changkong said with a faint sneer. "Huh, that's great." Chapter 351. A few days later. In the meeting hall of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, the higher-ups of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, the Crimson Cloud Valley, Lu Ming, Hua Qi, and the others gathered to discuss. The selection of the D Tian Divine Guards is an opportunity to break the stalemate between the Burning Sun Empire and the Ten Direction Sword Sect. I reckon that the Ten Direction Sword Sect will seize this opportunity to let Qiu Changkong participate in the selection. Once Qiu Changkong succeeds in joining the D Tian Divine Guards, we will all be in danger. The first to speak was Lin Shui. That's right. The D Tian Divine Guards have great power. When the time comes, they will use a little bit of their power. With Qiu Changkong's talent, he might not be able to join the D Tian Divine Guards. But the truth is unpredictable. Even if he becomes a reserve D Tian Divine Guard, it will still be a hidden danger. The Crimson Cloud Valley Lord Ling Padian nodded. On our side, we also need someone to become a D Tian Divine Guard to compete with Qiu Changkong. Someone sighed. In the next moment, everyone's gaze focused on Lu Ming. On their side, only Lu Ming's talent was unparalleled. He might be able to compete with Qiu Changkong. D Tian Divine Guards? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Logically speaking, he should stay away from the D Tian Divine Palace because the Palace Lord of the D Tian Divine Palace, Martial Emperor De, was destined to be his mortal enemy. However, Martial Emperor De was still very far away from the Tianxian domain. There was no need to worry at the moment. Moreover, Lu Ming also wanted to become a D Tian Divine Guard. It was said that the D Tian Divine Guards were all peerless geniuses from all over the world. They were unimaginably powerful. Only by clashing with these geniuses could one become stronger and stimulate one's potential to improve quickly. Seeing that Lu Ming was deep in thought, everyone looked at Lu Ming without saying a word. If Lu Ming did not wish to participate in the selection of the D Tian Divine Guards, they would not force him. "I am willing to go, but I don't know how to participate," Lu Ming said. Seeing that Lu Ming nodded, the others were overjoyed. It's easy to participate. Right now, the envoy of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace is patrolling the Blazing Sun Empire. Soon, he will send out an invitation to the geniuses of the Blazing Sun Empire. Only with an invitation can one participate in the selection of the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. The Valley Lord said happily. "Oh. I see." Lu Ming nodded. Lin Shui. There are countless geniuses. But there are countless geniuses. But there are countless geniuses Divine Guards Divine Tian Divine. There are countless geniuses. Lin Shui stroked his beard and looked happy. Prepare D Tian Divine Guards. Lu Ming was stunned. Could it be that Lin Shui thought that he wouldn't even be able to become a reserve D Tian Divine Guard? Lin Shui seemed to have seen through Lu Ming's thoughts and explained, "Marquis Champion, the eastern part of the Tianxian region is too vast. The Cloud Emperor mountain range we are in is just a small part of it. Outside of the Cloud Emperor mountain range, there are many regions that are bigger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Every region has many powerful empires. For example, the area near the Cloud Emperor mountain range is called the Qianjiang Water region. There are more than 100 empires in this area. The most powerful one is an advanced one, which is 100 times more powerful than the Burning Sun Empire. There are many geniuses and monsters. This is just the Qianjiang Water region. There are other stronger regions. Therefore, the competition is fierce." Lin Shui sighed after saying that. That's right. In the past, when all the geniuses were annihilated, none of them became a reserve D Tian Divine Guard. This year's batch is much stronger. However, I predict that there won't be more than 3 who can become a true DT on Divine Guard, and there won't be more than 10 who can become a reserve DT on Divine Guard. The Valley Master of the Red Cloud Valley sighed as well. Lu Ming was speechless when he heard that. There might not be more than 3 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking who could become a true DT on Divine Guard. The competition was really terrifying. However, at the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes were burning with flames. His blood was boiling. Wasn't this what he wanted? To compete with geniuses and heroes, to break through the shackles, to achieve self-improvement, and to surpass himself continuously. Looking at Lu Ming's burning battle intent, Lin Shui and the rest looked at each other. They saw hope in each other's eyes. Now that the Burning Sun Empire had reached this stage, they could only place their hopes on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lin Shui's expression changed. He waved his hand, and a 10,000 miles voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. When he saw the message in the 10,000 miles voice transmission talisman, he was overjoyed. He said, "The DT on Divine Palace's emissary has sent someone here. He must have sent an invitation. Let's go and welcome him." The group hurriedly walked out of the hall and flew outside. In the sky outside the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, a young man stood alone in the void with his hands behind his back. The young man was about 26 or 27 years old. He was wearing a purple robe and had a noble aura. "I am the Mystic Essence Sword Sect Master, Lin Shui. Greetings to the DT on Divine Palace's emissary. I am the Red Cloud Valley's Valley Master, Ling Patian. Greetings to the DT on Divine Palace's emissary." Lin Shui and Ling Patian hurriedly cupped their fists and bowed. The purple-robed young man nodded indifferently. He glanced at Lin Shui and Ling Patian and said, "The Red Cloud Valley is also here. That's good. It saves me the trouble of making a trip." After speaking, 2 golden invitation letters appeared in the purple-robed young man's hand. With a wave of his hand, the 2 invitation letters flew towards Lin Shui and Ling Patian. Lin Shui and Ling Patian reached out to receive them. These 2 invitation letters, one for Feng Wuji and the other for Ling Yanqi. When the time comes, let them take the invitation letters and participate in the preliminaries at the Cloud Wilderness Empire. The purple-robed young man said indifferently. After speaking, the purple-robed young man turned and was about to leave. "Emissary, please wait." Lin Shui hurriedly called out. "Why? Do you have a problem?" The purple-robed young man turned around with a cold expression. "Emissary, may I ask why Lu Ming doesn't have an invitation letter?" Lin Shui asked carefully. "Lu Ming?" The purple-robed young man sneered and said, "What's so strange about not having an invitation letter? It just means that he's not qualified. All right, there's no other problem. That's all." "Emissary." Lin Shui gritted her teeth and called out again, "Emissary, is there a mistake? With Lu Ming's talent and reputation, how could he not have an invitation letter? Can you help me ask the higher-ups?" "That's right, emissary. I think there's really a mistake. How could Lu Ming, the champion marquis, not have an invitation letter?" Ling Patian also spoke. Even Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi had an invitation letter. How could Lu Ming not have one? One had to know that Lu Ming could already kill geniuses like the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. During the battle at the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, he even killed Duan Mulin with an overwhelming advantage. One had to know that Duan Mulin had defeated Feng Wuji. Chapter 352. Why? Are you guys doubting me? Or are you doubting the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? The purple-robed young man's face turned cold as he stared at Lin Shui and Ling Patian unkindly. Lin Shui and Ling Potion's faces changed drastically. However, whether Lu Ming could participate in the test was related to the Burning Sun Empire's situation and the survival of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and Crimson Cloud Valley. They had to be clear about this. "Emissary, this is a misunderstanding. However, it is strange that Lu Ming did not receive an invitation letter. May I trouble the emissary to inform the higher-ups?" Lin Shui gritted her teeth and continued. How dare you? Before Lin Shui could finish her sentence, the purple-robed young man shouted. At the same time, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. This aura was as heavy as a mountain and as vast as the ocean. It was extremely powerful and mighty. Half-step king. Lin Shui and Ling Patian exclaimed in unison. At the same time, a powerful aura burst out from their bodies to counteract this force. However, their bodies could not help but sway as they took 3 steps back. Powerful, too powerful. Everyone present was shocked as they stared at the purple-robed young man with their eyes wide open. No one would have imagined that this purple-robed young man was actually a half-step king. He looked like he was only 26 or 27 years old. It was really shocking that he had reached the half-step king realm at such a young age. Moreover, he seemed to be even stronger than Lin Shui and Ling Patian. Is this the strength of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? A random young man who came to the Burning Sun Empire to deliver an invitation letter is actually so powerful. Lu Ming, who was standing at the side, also narrowed his eyes as his face turned grave. Humph. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace naturally has its reasons for doing things. How can you doubt me? Since this is your first offense, I will not pursue this matter. However, if there is a next time, I don't mind killing you. The purple-robed young man's eyes were gloomy as he spoke coldly. He was full of arrogance. Sect leader Lin, there is no need to say anything more. Lu Ming sent a telepathic message to Lin Shui. Lin Shui and Ling Patian let out a long sigh and did not say anything else. Humph. The purple-robed young man snorted as he waved his sleeves and turned around to leave. Just as he turned around, he glanced at Lu Ming and there was a cold glint in his eyes. Although it was just a flash, Lu Ming still caught it. What's going on? I have never seen this person before, and I don't have any grudges with the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Why is there a hint of coldness in his eyes when he looks at me? Lu Ming frowned and pondered. What the hell is going on? Why didn't the champion Marquis receive an invitation? Ling Patian had a short temper. As soon as the purple-clothed young man left, Ling Patian shouted. That's right, this is too strange. Lin Shui also frowned, full of worry. Without an invitation letter, one would not be able to take part in the D Tian Divine Guards test. It would be fine if Chiu Changkong didn't join the D Tian Divine Guards. But if Chiu Changkong joined the D Tian Divine Guards, even if he was just a reserve D Tian Divine Guard, they would still be in danger. Sect leaders, Marquis Champion, this old man has a guess, but I don't know if it's true. At this moment, an aged voice resounded, and an old man with snow-white hair walked out. Senior Hua, what do you think? Lin Shui asked hurriedly. This old man was a senior of the royal family. Even if Hua Jingxing were still alive, he would still have to address him as royal uncle. His seniority was extremely high, and he was in the martial ancestor realm 9th realm. He was the only martial ancestor realm 9th realm expert left in the royal family. The royal uncle pondered for a moment and said, this old man likes to make friends in the world. I even have friends in the Shifang sword sect. I once heard a secret rumor. It is said that when Chiu Changkong was young, he was fancied by an important figure in the Tianxian region's eastern branch palace of the D Tian Divine Palace and was accepted as an in-name disciple. What? Chiu Changkong is an in-name disciple of an important figure in the Tianxian region's eastern branch palace of the D Tian Divine Palace? The royal uncle's words were like a bomb that exploded in everyone's minds. Everyone looked at the royal uncle in shock. Senior, is what you said true? Lin Shui's voice was trembling. The royal uncle nodded and said, it should be true. SSS, the sound of people sucking in cold air rang out, and the atmosphere at the scene fell into an incomparably oppressive and heavy atmosphere. If that's the case, Chiu Changkong must have done something. Otherwise, with the champion Marquis talent, how could he not receive an invitation letter? Lin Shui said in a deep voice, and her eyes were filled with seriousness. What should we do? If Chiu Changkong has such an important figure as his backer, wouldn't he definitely be able to join the D Tian Divine Guards? A golden-robed elder said. That might not be the case. The selection of the D Tian Divine Guards has its own rules. Having a backer doesn't guarantee a stable entry. In the end, it still depends on one's own strength. Ling Padian said. That's right. The others nodded. Even so, the atmosphere was still extremely oppressive. Seniors, there is no need to be so worried. When the time comes, it's just a battle. Who will win? Before the battle, who knows? At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. There was no sign of discouragement on his face. He stood straight and was still confident and determined, like a divine spear that could shatter the heavens. Different situations call for different actions. So what if Chiu Changkong had a backer? At most, it would just be a battle. The champion marquis is right. Things haven't reached the worst stage yet. We don't need to be discouraged. Right now, the only way is to continuously improve our strength. Lin Shui said. After that, everyone returned to the main hall and discussed for a while before leaving. However, there was a huge burden on everyone's heart that they couldn't let go of for a while. Lu Ming returned to the Red Blood military camp's tent and entered the Temple of Paragon. He sat down cross-legged. Strength. No matter what the situation is, as long as I am strong enough, I can solve everything. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, he waved his hand and a pile of spiritual herbs appeared on the platform. Lu Ming planned to start cultivating the myriad spirit battle body. He hadn't cultivated his physical body for a while because he didn't have any high-level spiritual herbs. The level 1 and level 2 spiritual herbs weren't effective and it was a waste of time. During this period of time, there had been many battles. Lu Ming had killed a large number of martial ancestor realm experts and obtained many level 4 spiritual herbs from their storage rings. Lu Ming's level 5 physical body was already at the small success stage. Only level 4 spiritual herbs could improve his physical body. Immediately, Lu Ming waved his hand and 2 level 4 spiritual herbs appeared in his hand. He started to cultivate the myriad spirit battle body. Not long after, the 2 spiritual herbs turned into myriad spirit chi and seeped into Lu Ming's physical body to strengthen his physical body. After refining the 2 spiritual herbs, he took out 2 more. Time passed slowly as Lu Ming cultivated. Vermilion Bird Courtyard, Yen Lan's residence. Lan, are you really going to that place? Yen Lan looked at Mulan's anxiously. Grandfather, now that things have come to this, is there any other way? Only by going to that place can we get an invitation letter for Lu Ming. Only then can Lu Ming participate in the selection of the Imperial Sky Divine Guards. Mulan said with determination. Lan, you have to think carefully. Chapter 353. Grandpa, given Lu Ming's talent, joining the D Tian Divine Guards is the best choice. He will be able to unleash his talent to his heart's content and achieve greater success. Moreover, this is the only way to save the Mystic Essence Sword sect and ensure your safety. Mulan said. Lan, but you? That's too unfair. Yen Lan said worriedly. Grandfather, don't you believe in Lu Ming? I believe in him. As long as he joins the Empyrean Divine Guards, he can truly return me my freedom. Speaking until here, Mulan's eyes shone with a certain light. That was the light of her belief in Lu Ming. It's difficult. Although Lu Ming is extremely talented, that's only in the Blazing Sun Empire. If he were to join the Empyrean Divine Guards, he would be very ordinary. It's difficult to achieve that. Yen Lan sighed repeatedly. Grandfather, I believe in my judgment. Please rest assured that nothing will happen to me. Grandfather, I'll go now. After saying that, Mulan's bowed to Yen Lan and then floated away, disappearing from the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Lu Ming naturally knew nothing about this. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In 7 days, Lu Ming had refined more than 500 level 4 spiritual herbs and cultivated his physical body to the perfect level 5 physical body. However, at this stage, no matter how many spiritual herbs Lu Ming refined, his physical body could not break through. It was completely stuck at the perfect level 5 physical body. It seems that level 4 spiritual herbs are too low level. They can't help my physical body break through to level 6. Lu Ming thought to himself. Could it be that I need level 5 spiritual herbs or other level 5 treasures? Thinking of this, Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Level 5 spiritual herbs or other level 5 treasures were equivalent to kings. They were treasures that even kings could use. How precious would they be? They could only be found by chance. Let's put aside the physical body for now. Perfect level 5 physical body is enough for now. Even among half-step kings, there are not many who have level 5 physical body. Many martial artists who didn't focus on cultivating their physical body couldn't even reach the 5th grade after reaching the half-step king realm. Only after entering the martial king realm and going through the transformation of the power of heaven and earth and the unique true origin of martial kings, could one's physical body reach the 5th grade. In other words, Lu Ming's current physical body was no longer inferior to those martial kings who did not specially cultivate their physical bodies. Of course, that was only his physical body. His battle prowess was still worlds apart from that of a martial king. After that, Lu Ming began to comprehend the 9 dragons ascending heaven steps. The 9 dragons heaven treading steps and the last palm of the 3 Tao palms, the heaven's path palm, were the martial skills that Lu Ming cultivated every day. However, these 2 martial skills were too difficult to cultivate. Until now, Lu Ming had yet to successfully cultivate the 2nd step of the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps. As for the heaven's path palm, he was completely clueless about it. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. There were only a few days left before the preliminaries for the Tian Divine Guards would begin. On this day, Mullins came to look for Lu Ming. Senior Sister Mullins, I heard that you went out during this period of time. Upon seeing Mullins, Lu Ming asked with a smile. Yes. Mullins replied with a low hum. Looking at Lu Ming, she seemed to be deep in thought. Senior Sister Mullins seems to have something on her mind. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, since Mullins did not say anything, he did not ask. After a while, Lu Ming's palm glowed. Suddenly, a golden piece of paper appeared. This is the invitation letter for the Tian Divine Guard selection? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he could not help but blurt out. Mullins nodded. Then, she opened the invitation letter and revealed the words inside. Scorching Sun Empire, Lu Ming. There were 6 big golden words on the invitation letter. How could it be me? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed in disbelief. At first, Lu Ming thought that Mullins had taken out an invitation letter from someone else, such as Feng Wuji or Ling Yanqi. He had never expected that his name would be on the invitation letter. Lu Ming, this is the invitation letter for the Tian Divine Guard selection. Take it. I hope that you can surpass Zhou Changkong and successfully join the Tian Divine Guards. At this moment, Mullins revealed a faint smile. Senior Sister Mullins, where did you get this invitation letter from? Lu Ming asked. He was extremely curious. The invitation letter from the Tian Divine Palace could not be faked. This was because there were special inscriptions on it that were very easy to identify. No one would dare to fake it unless they were tired of living. Your senior apprentice sister is very resourceful. Naturally, I have my own methods. You don't have to worry about this. Take it and perform well. Mullins handed the invitation letter to Lu Ming and smiled. Lu Ming received it in a daze. Lu Ming, from today onwards, I might have to leave the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Suddenly, Mullins let out a long sigh. What? Senior Sister Mullins, you want to leave the Mystic Essence Sword sect? Are you going to train or? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. He felt that something was amiss. Neither. Mullins shook her head and looked at Lu Ming carefully. After a while, she said, Lu Ming, as long as you join the Tian Divine Guards, we might be able to meet again. With that, Mulan suddenly went forward and hugged Lu Ming. Lu Ming was stunned. In the next moment, he felt 2 lumps of meat pressing against his chest. They were shockingly bouncy. Mulan's body fragrance wafted to his nose, causing Lu Ming's heart to beat rapidly. Mulan's hugged Lu Ming tightly. After a long while, she suddenly let go of Lu Ming. Her face was flushed red. She glanced at Lu Ming and then turned to leave. Lu Ming, join the Tian Divine Guards. I look forward to seeing you again. Her voice drifted over, but the beauty had already disappeared. Senior Sister Mulan's. Lu Ming looked in the direction that Mulan's left in a daze. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. After a long while, Lu Ming finally came back to his senses. What exactly is going on? Why does Senior Sister Mulan's have an invitation letter from the Tian Divine Palace? Also, where is she going? Lu Ming's heart was filled with doubts. Swoosh! Lu Ming moved and appeared in the air. He looked into the distance and realized that Mulan's had already left. He didn't know where she went. Dean, yes, let's ask the Dean. Lu Ming thought of Yen Lan. Yen Lan was Mulan's grandfather. He should know the inside story. After a while, Lu Ming found Yen Lan in the Vermilion Bird courtyard. After not seeing him for a while, Yen Lan seemed to have aged quite a bit. Lu Ming's heart tightened as he felt that something was wrong. Lu Ming, have a seat. Yen Lan invited Lu Ming to sit down and poured a cup of tea for Lu Ming. I knew that you would look for me. You want to ask about Lan, right? Yen Lan said. That's right. Lu Ming nodded and immediately asked him about his doubts. Yen Lan was silent as if he was deep in his memories. After a while, he sighed. Lu Ming, I'll tell you everything. Lan, that girl, is stubborn and refuses to say anything. Lu Ming, you know that I am Lan's grandfather, but you have never seen Lan's parents, right? Yen Lan said. Lu Ming was stunned and shook his head. He had indeed never seen Mulan's parents and had never heard Mulan's mention them. Lan's mother passed away long ago. Lan's father is an important figure in the Tian Divine Palace. Chapter 354. What? Lu Ming was dumbfounded and shocked. Mulan's father was actually a big shot in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. This was completely out of his expectations. Since Mulan's father was a big shot in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, why would Mulan stay in the Mystic Essence Sword sect and not cultivate in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace? The cultivation conditions in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace were definitely not something the Mystic Essence Sword sect could compare with. As if he had seen through Lu Ming's thoughts, Yen Lan continued, Lan's father is a big shot in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. He is extremely domineering and arbitrary. Before Lan turned 15, she had always been in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. However, her father kept her in check. Later on, without Lan's consent, he arranged a marriage for her. The marriage partner was a peerless genius in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. However, Lan did not like him at all. Hence, she ran out of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace in a fit of anger and came to my place. Yen Lan's answer dispelled many of Lu Ming's doubts. Lu Ming understood. His invitation letter must have been obtained by Mulan's after she returned to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. This also made Lu Ming even more worried. He said, did Senior Sister Mulan's return to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace this time? Wouldn't she have to face the marriage? He did not know why, but when he thought of Mulan's getting married to someone else, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. That's right. In order to get that invitation letter, Lan had already promised her father to stay in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Now, the only person who can save her and prevent her from getting married to someone she doesn't like is you. Yen Lan said. Me? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. Lan had once made an agreement with her father. Lan said that the person she liked would definitely be stronger than the genius in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Sooner or later, she would bring the person she liked to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace to defeat that genius and cancel the marriage. This person is you. Yan Lan looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. Me? Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The person Mulan's liked? Him? Lu Ming's little heart immediately started beating rapidly. He thought of the various things that happened when Mulan's left. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He said firmly, Dean, don't worry. I will definitely join the D Tian Divine Guards, defeat that genius, and return Senior Sister Mulan's freedom. That genius. Only. Martial King. Lu Ming's pupils shrank sharply. Now. Lu Ming was 18 years old. He was almost 19 years old. However, Lu Ming did not have the slightest confidence that he could break through the Martial King realm at the age of 21. He was indeed a peerless and terrifying genius. Compared to him, the geniuses of the Blazing Sun Empire, no. Even the geniuses on the Emperor leaderboard were a pile of trash. After a while, Lu Ming's eyes exploded with a strong fighting spirit and an unwavering will. He said, Dean, don't worry. No matter how strong he is, I will defeat him sooner or later and set Senior Mulan's free. All right. Lan believes in you. I also believe in you. However, Lu Ming, with your current cultivation and combat strength, it will be very difficult for you to join the D Tian Divine Guards. I hope you can make another breakthrough. Yan Lan's eyes seemed to have a glimmer of hope. After that, Lu Ming chatted with Yan Lan for a while. Then, he took his leave. A day later, the news that Lu Ming had received an invitation to join the D Tian Divine Guard spread among the upper echelons of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley. This shocked those who knew about it, but it was soon followed by ecstasy. Although they were curious about how Lu Ming had received the invitation, this was not the main point. The main point was that Lu Ming could participate in the D Tian Divine Guard selection, which gave them a glimmer of hope. At this time, the preliminaries of the 36 countries of Emperor Yun were getting closer and closer. It was time to depart. Lu Ming bid farewell to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. As for Qiu Yu, she said that she had not seen Lu Yuntian and Li Ping for a long time and wanted to stay by their side to take care of them. Lu Ming naturally agreed. As for Xian Yanqing, he wanted to go with Lu Ming. His reason was to see the geniuses of the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. 2 days later, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Feng Wuji, and Ling Yanqi left the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and headed west. Lu Ming did not bring the golden-eyed blood zombie or Yan Quan. Now was the time of the war. The golden-eyed blood zombie and Yan Quan were important battle forces. If they left, it would be disadvantageous for the war. Moreover, Lu Ming intended to leave the golden-eyed blood zombie behind to protect Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The Cloud Desolate Empire was one of the 8 mid-sized empires of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. However, it was strong and ranked first among the 8. Therefore, the preliminaries of the Cloud Emperor mountain range were held in the imperial capital of the Cloud Desolate Empire. From the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, they had to pass through 8 empires. It was a journey of more than 700,000 miles. It was a very long journey. However, with everyone's cultivation, if they flew at full speed, it was still quite easy for them to fly 10,000 miles in an hour. Including the rest time, they used 5 days to reach the imperial capital of the Cloud Desolate Empire. The Cloud Desolate Empire was indeed the strongest empire of the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Just the imperial capital alone was more than 10 times bigger than the imperial capital of the Scorching Sun Empire. It was majestic and vast, with no end in sight. On the city walls, rows of armored soldiers were patrolling. Lu Ming glanced at them and his eyes narrowed. These armored soldiers were all martial grandmasters. Each of them had a powerful aura and their eyes were penetrating. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The strength of the number 1 empire of the Cloud Emperor mountain range was truly astonishing. Walking through the city gate, it was incomparably spacious. The street was 200 meters wide. On the street, there were all kinds of beast roars. Many people were riding on various mounts and strolling on the street. Lu Ming even saw a martial artist riding a giant python that was more than 30 meters long and as thick as a water tank, strolling on the streets. On both sides of the street, there were many shops. Some of the spiritual weapon shops were shining with treasure. Some of the spiritual medicine shops were filled with medicinal fragrance. Lu Ming and the others walked and looked, exclaiming in admiration. Along the way, they could see young warriors walking by from time to time. They were all dignified and had extraordinary auras. One look and one could tell that they were dragons and phoenixes among men. They were probably here to participate in the preliminaries. Brother Lu, Brother Feng, Miss Xia, let's find a place to eat. We have been rushing for the past few days and haven't had a good meal. Our mouths are almost dry. Ling Yanqi rubbed his stomach and grinned. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The few of them walked for a while and arrived in front of a restaurant. Drunken Pleasure Restaurant was the name of this restaurant. It was 7 stories tall and covered an area of 10 acres. It was incomparably spacious. Guests, please come in. Chapter 355. The 4 of them followed the waiter to the 5th floor of the restaurant. The 5th floor was very spacious. On one side, there were private rooms and on the other side, there was a hall. They did not order a private room. Instead, they found a seat by the window and sat down. From this position, they could see a lake by the window. The surface of the lake was clear like a mirror. When the breeze blew, it was very comfortable. Waiter, what's good to eat? Bring it to me. Also, give me 4 jars of good wine. Ling Yanqi shouted. Okay. The waiter answered. He was very fast. Soon, a table of dishes was served. The 4 of them ate while listening to other people's conversations in the restaurant. It's so lively recently. The geniuses can't sit still anymore. There are always fights. That's right. I've seen the fights on the Emperor Yun board several times. Their cultivation is really shocking. The ordinary geniuses on the Emperor Yun board are not that bad. Especially those who are ranked at the top. Half a month ago, Ji Rufeng, the genius ranked 7th on the Emperor Yun board, killed 3 experts of the advanced stage of martial ancestor realm with 1 strike at Tianyuan Peak. That's terrifying. That's nothing. I heard that 10 days ago, a sect offended young master Tianxi, Wei Tianxi, who is ranked 2nd on the Emperor Yun board. Wei Tianxi went to the sect and killed the whole sect. That sect had several experts of the 9th stage of martial ancestor realm. What? How could that happen? Wei Tianxi is too terrifying. Lu Ming and the other 3 heard the discussions around them. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi were shocked. There was a grave expression in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming could not kill 3 martial artists of the advanced stage of martial ancestor realm with 1 strike, let alone kill a sect with several experts of the 9th stage of martial ancestor realm. The geniuses ranked at the top of the Emperor Yun board were indeed amazing. Also, young Master Huling recently appeared. He defeated Yuan Jifei, who is ranked 15th on the Emperor Yun board. He is the strongest dark horse. That's right. He is the strongest among the rising stars. Have you forgotten? There is another person who is also a dark horse. Oh. Who is it? Qiu Wuyang. This person was born in the small Burning Sun Empire, but he rose to power. He was ranked 36th on the Emperor Cloud leaderboard, and recently, he killed the 22nd genius on the Emperor Cloud leaderboard. I heard that 5 days ago, Qian Jun, who was ranked 11th on the Emperor Cloud leaderboard, was defeated by him. What? Qian Jun actually lost to Qiu Changkong? Qiu Changkong is so terrifying. He's going to rush into the top 10. In the Cloud Emperor mountain range, the young people of this generation are indeed strong. I wonder if they can compete with the geniuses from the other regions. Qiu Changkong has become so strong. Feng Wuji muttered when he heard this, and his eyes were filled with shock and fear. We are all part of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun, but the gap between us and him is too great. Ling Yanqi sighed, also very solemn. The stronger Qiu Changkong was, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He didn't say anything and just drank his wine. Xian Yanqing curled his lips slightly, as if he was disdainful. Next, the four of them ate while listening. Creak. At this moment, the door of a private room on the other side opened and four young men walked out. These four young men were wearing blue robes with a sky blue long saber embroidered on them. They are from the Blue Saber family of the Cloud Desolate Empire. Could the person in the private room be a big shot from the Blue Saber family? I know who he is. It's the second son of the Blue Saber family, Blue Cloud Fei. I saw him go in just now. Seeing the four young men in blue robes, the surrounding people started to discuss. However, their voices were very low, as if they were afraid of them. The four young men from the Blue Saber family walked towards Lu Ming and the other three. When they arrived beside the four, one of the young men in blue robes cupped his fists and said, "May I know where the four of you are from?" Although he cupped his fists, his tone was arrogant, as if he was giving an order. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He didn't like the other party's attitude. "We are from the Burning Sun Empire." Feng Wuji obviously didn't want to offend them, so he stood up and cupped his fists. Burning Sun Empire? When the four young men in blue robes heard this, their eyes were filled with disdain. "So you are from the Burning Sun Empire, that god-forsaken place. All right, I won't talk nonsense with you. My second young master is inviting a friend here for a banquet. This girl looks pretty good, so he wants to invite her over to drink with him. All right, follow me," one of the young men in blue robes said with disdain. He then looked at Xian Yanqing and ordered. So they were here because they had their eyes on Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming frowned again, while Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi looked anxious. Xian Yanqing's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He casually glanced at the four young men in blue robes and said indifferently, "What kind of dog is your second young master? Is he worthy of me drinking with him?" When he said this, the four young men in blue robes' faces changed. The other people in the restaurant were also shocked. It's over. A mere girl from the Burning Sun Empire dares to call Blue Cloud a dog. She's doomed. She's doomed. The Burning Sun Empire is too small. Other than Qiu Changkong, there are no other geniuses. Even her knowledge is so shallow. She even dares to offend the Blue Blade family. The other people in the restaurant lowered their voices and discussed softly, as if they were afraid of being heard by the Blue Blade family. "Bitch, you, what did you just say?" One of the young men in blue robes pointed at Xian Yanqing and roared. "What did you call me? Slap yourselves, 100 slaps each. Otherwise, I'll break your legs." Xian Yanqing glanced at them and said coldly. The others were shocked. Crazy, too crazy. The Blue Blade family was crazy, but Xian Yanqing was even crazier than them. Sigh. It's over. This little girl has the temper of a princess. I think she is a rare genius in the Scorching Sun Empire and is used to being arrogant. But this is not the Scorching Sun Empire, but the Cloud Wilderness Empire, where the geniuses of the 36 countries of the Cloud Wilderness gather. In the restaurant, someone shook his head and sighed. What did you say? Break our legs? Ha ha ha, what a joke. A mere trash from the Burning Sun Empire dares to say that she wants to break our legs. What a joke. The four young men in blue robes sneered. Bitch, I originally wanted you to drink with us. Now, not only do you have to drink with us, you have to sleep with us. Get over there. One of the young men in blue robes clawed at Xian Yanqing's hair. His claw contained powerful true qi. This young man in blue robes was actually a martial ancestor realm 3 expert. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's faces changed as they shouted, "Be careful." Bam! In the next moment, a figure flew out. It was the young man in blue robes. He flew for more than 10 meters and crashed into a few tables and chairs. He fell to the ground and screamed. Chapter 356. Everyone else was stunned. The blue-robed youth was definitely not weak. He was young and had already reached the third-rank martial ancestor realm. He was definitely an elite nurtured by the Blue Blade family, and his combat strength was not something an ordinary martial artist of the same rank could compare to. However, he could not even last one move from Xianyanqing. Many people didn't even see when Xianyanqing made his move. Only a small portion of the geniuses were able to see how Xianyanqing attacked. Little bitch, how dare you hit someone from the Blue Blade family? You're courting death. Attack together. Take down this bitch and torture him. Boom. 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 The remaining 3 blue-robed youths roared and a powerful aura exploded from their bodies. Each of them was a third-rank martial ancestor realm. When the 3 of them joined forces, their power was terrifying. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's faces changed and they were about to help. However, Lu Ming smiled at them and told them not to worry. Slap them. At this moment, Xianyanqing shouted coldly. He waved his hands and black lotuses appeared. Then, the black petals were like divine blades and they destroyed the attacks of the 3 youths. Shush! Xianyanqing moved and appeared in front of the 3 youths. He slapped them. Slap. 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 3 loud slaps were heard and the 3 blue-robed youths were sent flying. Shush. Shush. Before the 3 youths landed on the ground, Xianyanqing waved his hand and the lotus petals flew towards the legs of the 3 blue-robed youths. Stop. A furious roar came from the private room. However, Xianyanqing did not bother and the black petals did not stop. Poof. Poof. The black petals landed on the legs of the 3 blue-robed youths. When the 3 blue-robed youths fell to the ground, their legs were covered in blood and wounds. Even their bones were exposed. SSSSSS, gasps could be heard from all around. What powerful combat strength and ruthless means. Since he said he would break their legs, he immediately broke their legs. Shush. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A blue figure rushed out from the box and appeared in the hall. The young man was about 23 or 24 years old. He wore a sky blue tight-fitting robe, a blue jade belt around his waist, and a pair of blue gold boots. He was filled with a luxurious air. However, his expression was as gloomy as the winter. Blue Cloud Fei, it's really him. It's over. That woman is finished. Even her companions are dead for sure. They even dared to beat up the people of the Blue Blade family. Blue Cloud Fei will definitely not let this go. Although Blue Cloud Fei didn't enter the Cloud Emperor leaderboard, he is very close to it. I heard that he has already said that he will definitely enter the Cloud Emperor leaderboard this time. Except for the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard, there are only a few who can fight with Blue Cloud Fei. The other people in the restaurant looked at Xianyanqing, including Lu Ming, as if they were looking at a dead man. I just asked you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Blue Cloud Fei looked coldly at Xianyanqing. His eyes were filled with amazement. Previously, when he was in the box, he didn't have a good look. Now that he had a closer look, he realized that Xianyanqing was even more stunning. His lust was instantly aroused. I heard you. But who are you? Do I have to follow your orders just because I heard you? Xianyanqing looked at Blue Cloud Fei with disdain. Do you know the consequences of not following my orders? If I take action, you will either die or be severely injured. Lan Yunfei sneered and continued, however, I can let you go because you're a woman. How about this, I'll lock up the 3 of them first. As for you, you'll come back with me and serve me. If you serve me well, I'll consider letting you go. What do you think? This condition is already the biggest concession I can make. Blue Cloud Fei said. His eyes flashed with lust as he looked at Xianyanqing. Xianyanqing frowned. On the other hand, Lu Ming, Feng Wuji, and Ling Yanqi were dumbstruck. Is there something wrong with this guy? Didn't he see that there were 4 of them and only one of him? He even said that he would lock them up first and let Xian Yanqing go back and serve him. Wasn't he feeling too good about himself? Lu Ming had seen many people who felt good about themselves, but this guy in front of him was definitely the first. Brother Feng, Brother Ling, why am I so unlucky? Everywhere I go, I meet idiots. Even when I am having a meal, I can meet such a weird idiot. I am speechless. Lu Ming picked up a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. He sighed. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi looked at each other and didn't say anything. They weren't as brave as Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming didn't lower his voice. It spread across the entire floor of the restaurant. There was dead silence at the scene. Everyone was staring at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming dared to say that to Blue Cloud Fei? Why were the people of the Burning Sun Empire so arrogant? What a country bumpkin. He doesn't know how high the sky is. Many people thought. Kid, who are you talking about? Blue Cloud Fei screamed in anger. His face was twisted as he looked at Lu Ming eerily. I am talking about whoever answered me. Lu Ming continued to pick up his cup and replied indifferently. He then drank it in one gulp. Courting death, courting death. Now, I take back what I said. You are dead. Nothing can save you. Blue Cloud Fei roared in anger. A powerful aura exploded from his body. A sword radiance shot out and slashed at Lu Ming. I am your opponent. Xian Yanqing's eyes turned cold. He waved his hands and a black lotus appeared in front of the sword radiance. Clang! The sword radiance hit the black lotus and sparks flew. The sword radiance was blocked. How dare you stop me? I will kill you too. Blue Cloud Fei was furious. His killing intent surged. His combat sword hummed and sharp sword chi slashed at Xian Yanqing. Peak Martial Ancestor Realm 4th Realm. Blue Cloud Fei's cultivation had reached the Peak Martial Ancestor Realm 4th Realm. No wonder he was only second to the geniuses on the Emperor Yun board. The lower-ranked geniuses on the Emperor Yun board were only at the early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 5th Realm. Who do you think you can kill? Xian Yanqing sneered and a powerful aura exploded from his body. Late Martial Ancestor Realm 4th Realm. During this period of time, Xian Yanqing had made great progress. His rank 7 Imperial bloodline was fully utilized. Heavenly Demon's Great Palm Print. Xian Yanqing waved his hands and palm prints blasted out toward Blue Cloud Fei. Xian Yanqing's martial skill was unknown. When she was in the Martial Grand Master realm, she had used the same martial skill. Now that she was in the Martial Ancestor realm, she was using the same martial skill. Moreover, as Xian Yanqing's cultivation increased, the power of the martial skill became more terrifying. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the palm prints and sword radiance clashed 8 times and there were 8 explosions. Of course, the two of them had intentionally compressed their true chi in their moves and did not spread it out. Otherwise, the entire restaurant would have been blown up. No ordinary person could build such a big restaurant in the imperial capital of the Cloud Region Empire. If the restaurant was destroyed, it would be difficult to explain. After 8 moves, Blue Cloud Fei retreated 8 steps. He was at a disadvantage. Chapter 357. How could an unknown girl from the Burning Sun Empire suppress Blue Cloud Fei? How was this possible? If not for the fact, they would not have believed it. Ah! Go to hell. Lan Yunfei was enraged. His eyes emitted cold killing intent as he roared. Blood light flashed and a sky-blue broadsword appeared. 2 silver chakras revolved around the broadsword. This was Blue Cloud Fei's bloodline, a level 2 king-class bloodline. Slash. Blue Cloud Fei's combat strength increased as his bloodline burst out. He slashed at Xian Yanqing. I don't want to play with you anymore. Xian Yanqing Fei's eyes turned cold. She raised her slender hand as if she was pinching a flower. At this moment, another slender hand appeared in the air. This jade-like hand wasn't real. It was at least 10 times larger than Xian Yanqing's hand. It was perfect and flawless, like the most perfect piece of art. Just like Xian Yanqing's hand, it was in the shape of a flower, filled with a devilish charm. Break! Xian Yanqing Fei shouted and flicked her finger. Bam! Blue Cloud Fei's broadsword radiance was shattered instantly. The finger force did not stop and shot at Blue Cloud Fei. Blue Cloud Fei's expression changed. It was too late for him to dodge. He could only block with his broadsword. With a loud bang, Blue Cloud Fei grunted and was pushed back dozens of meters. He crashed into a few tables before regaining his balance. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Sizzle, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard all around. Xian Yanqing Fei was too powerful. Blue Cloud Fei was no match for her even before she unleashed her bloodline. Since when did the Burning Sun Empire have such a powerful genius other than Xiao Changkong? Get down! Xian Yanqing Fei shouted again and pressed her palm down. That huge hand pressed down on Blue Cloud Fei at the same time. Blue Cloud roared and unleashed his full strength, slashing upwards with his saber. However, with a bang, the saber light was instantly shattered, and the palm continued to press down. Blue Cloud roared. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the staircase. A figure rushed up like lightning and arrived in front of Blue Cloud, throwing a punch upward. Boom! Waves of air swept out, and the fist force and the palm disappeared. At this time, everyone saw that there was another person in front of Blue Cloud. It's him. Yang Liuji. Blue Cloud Empire's Yang Liuji, ranked 33rd on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. Could he be the one that Blue Cloud Empire invited to this banquet? When they saw who it was, exclamations of surprise could be heard from the surroundings once again. It's actually him? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Back in the ruins of Imperial Cloud Palace, Lu Ming had fought with Yang Liuji. In the end, Lu Ming defeated Yang Liuji with the help of the GoldenEye blood zombie. Xian Yanqing was also stunned as he recognized Yang Liuji. However, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi's expressions changed drastically. The Burning Sun Empire and the Blood Zhao Empire were close to each other, so they had long heard of Yang Liuji's name. Brother Yang, you're finally here. Seeing Yang Liuji, Blue Cloud was overjoyed. Brother Lan, I'm sorry that I'm late. Yang Liuji said. Then, he looked around. When he saw Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming, he was stunned. Then, cold murderous intent shot out from his eyes. Little bastard, it's you? Huh, good, good. I've searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance. Since you've met me today, you won't be leaving. Yang Liuji revealed a sinister smile. When he came out from the ruins of Emperor Yun's palace, he had wanted the seniors of the Great Sun Empire to kill Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had escaped too quickly. He had searched all around the ruins of Emperor Yun's palace but could not find Lu Ming. During this period, he hated Lu Ming to the core. He did not expect to meet him here. He was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. What's wrong? You're looking for a beating again, aren't you? Lu Ming said indifferently. The surrounding people were stunned. Judging from Lu Ming's tone, Yang Liuji must have been defeated by Lu Ming before. It can't be, right? If that's the case, the Burning Sun Empire is too terrifying. Nonsense, little bastard. Back then, you only relied on an external force, a puppet. Now that your puppet is gone, I'll kill you in 3 moves. Yang Liuji shouted and corrected Lu Ming. The others suddenly realized that Lu Ming had relied on external forces. No wonder. If it wasn't his own strength, it would be useless. They let out a long sigh. If the Burning Sun Empire was so powerful, how could they endure it? Kill me in 3 moves? You alone? Aren't you afraid of laughing your head off? Lu Ming continued to speak indifferently. This nonchalant attitude caused Yang Liuji's anger to soar. You're courting death. Yang Liuji shouted angrily. His body emitted a scorching aura that made the restaurant seem like a furnace. Xian Yanqing moved and stood in front of Yang Liuji. Little Qing, you don't have to do anything to deal with him. Let me play with him. Lu Ming picked up a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. Then, he stood up and walked toward Yang Liuji. Hurry up and finish him. We haven't finished our meal. Xian Yanqing glanced at Lu Ming before he sat back down at the table and ordered. His tone was casual, as if Lu Ming could easily deal with Yang Liuji. This caused the surrounding people to be stunned. I know you care about me. You are worried that the food won't taste good when it gets cold. Don't worry. Once I finish him, the food won't get cold. Lu Ming laughed. Everyone else's lips started to tremble. These two people were more confident than the other. They were still thinking about eating, and the dishes wouldn't even get cold. Come on, your opponent is Yang Liuji, a genius on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard, not a nobody on the street. Arrogant, too arrogant. Yang Liuji was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He felt a throbbing pain in his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. He took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. It's useless to rely on your mouth. You will pay for your stupidity soon. Yang Liuji roared. The scorching aura on his body became more intense. He was like a sun and almost set the restaurant on fire. It's too narrow here. Let's go out and fight. Lu Ming said. Okay, that's what I want. Yang Liuji shouted angrily. The two of them moved and flew out of the window. They appeared in the sky above the small lake outside the window. At that moment, the people on the other floors of the restaurant were alerted. They looked out one by one. That's Yang Liuji. Yang Liuji is going to fight with someone. Who is the other person? Is he also a genius on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard? No, there is no such person on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. He is so young. He looks less than 20 years old. This person dares to fight with Yang Liuji. There will be a good show. The people on the other floors of the restaurant were discussing. Go to hell. As soon as Yang Liuji left the restaurant, he roared and the aura on his body exploded. Peak Martial Ancestor Realm 5th Realm. Apparently, Yang Liuji's cultivation had improved during this period of time. Back in the Cloud Emperor Palace, Yang Liuji's cultivation was only at the early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 5th Realm. Boom! A powerful fire aura exploded and made Yang Liuji look like a small sun. He exuded a scorching aura and the lake below started to boil. Steam started to rise. Divine Sun Fist. Chapter 358. A fist radiance that was as bright as the sun shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw out a palm and a huge palm print appeared and collided with the fist radiance. After a loud explosion, the fist radiance and the palm print dissipated. One move. Lu Ming muttered. Didn't Yang Liuji say that he would kill him in 3 moves? Su Mo calculated for him. Yang Liuji's face changed. Lu Ming was actually able to block one of his moves. His gaze turned grave. Divine Sun Fist, sky-shattering fist radiance. Yang Liuji roared again and threw out a punch. This punch was even more terrifying and it was as bright as the sun. Yang Liuji, who had reached the peak of Martial Ancestor Realm 5, had terrifying combat strength. An ordinary martial artist who was at the peak of Martial Ancestor Realm 7 would only have such combat strength. Beast Dao Palm. Lu Ming threw out another palm. A huge beast claw appeared and grabbed at the fist radiance that was as bright as the sun. Poof! The fist force that was as bright as the sun was extinguished by the beast's claw like a pitiful little flame. 2 moves. Lu Ming said again. The spectators were stunned, especially the people on the 5th floor. They were even more shocked. Lu Ming was able to fight against Yang Liuji. This was unbelievable. The blazing sun empire was too terrifying. Experts were emerging one after another. Ah! Damn it, Divine Sun Fist, burn the world. Yang Liuji roared angrily and used his strongest move. At the same time, his bloodline power exploded. His bloodline was also at level 2 king class. Splash! The lake water below churned and actually boiled. A shocking fist radiance came down from the top towards Lu Ming. Break! Lu Ming spoke softly. A long spear appeared in his hands. He dashed upward and thrust his spear. Poof! Poof! The long spear pierced through Yang Liuji's fist radiance and Lu Ming flew up into the sky. 3 moves, Yang Liuji. You said that you would kill me in 3 moves. You want to kill me with such a weak move? What a joke! Lu Ming said contemptuously. Damn it, damn it. How did this little bastard become so strong? How is that possible? Yang Liuji roared in his heart as his expression turned ugly. He stared at Lu Ming and said coldly, I'll let you go today. We'll fight another day. After saying that, he wanted to leave. Another day? Did I say another day? You want to leave after fighting? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Stay here. Lu Ming said coldly. A terrifying aura enveloped Yang Liuji. What do you want? Do you still want to attack me? Audacious, I am a disciple of the Great Sun Abode, do you understand? I am a disciple of the Great Sun Palace. Yang Liuji roared. You don't have to repeat yourself twice. You're a disciple of the Great Sun Constabulary. What does the Great Sun Constabulary have to do with me? I don't care where you're from. Lu Ming shouted loudly. His aura was wild as he fiercely pulled out his long spear. Boom! A spear light that was hundreds of meters long blasted towards Yang Liuji with the power of wind and fire. While the spear light was still in the air, the lake below was suppressed by the force. The lake water was separated into 2 sides, forming a waterless area that was hundreds of meters long. It was the same shape as the spear light. You! Ah! Yang Liuji roared and unleashed his full strength. He continuously punched the air, trying to block the spear light. But it was useless. The punches were like fireworks, dispersing in one hit. The spear light did not stop there and heavily smashed onto Yang Liuji's body. Yang Liuji's body was like a cannonball as he fell towards the lake. Boom! He crashed heavily into the lake, causing huge waves to rise to the sky. Even the ground shook as a whirlpool appeared on the lake. Everyone saw that Yang Liuji had created a deep hole at the bottom of the lake. The lake water poured out and drowned Yang Liuji. This. The spectators were all dumbfounded as they watched in a daze. This was too violent. Yang Liuji was defeated in 1 move and Yang Liuji did not have the slightest ability to fight back. Especially the spectators on the 5th level. Their mouths were opened so wide that they could swallow a chicken. Crazy. The Burning Sun Empire is crazy. How can there be so many geniuses? Yeah, the Burning Sun Empire's national strength has always been ranked at the bottom. How can there be so many geniuses? What the hell? The spectators on the 5th level shouted in disbelief. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure rushed into the lake and in the next moment, rushed out again. It was Blue Cloud. He was carrying Yang Liuji in his arms. At this moment, Yang Liuji was covered in blood. His face was pale and blood kept dripping from his mouth. His eyes were filled with disbelief, shame, and anger. Previously, he had shamelessly said that he could kill Lu Ming in 3 moves. In the end, Lu Ming had easily taken 3 moves from him. Not only that, but he had also beaten him half to death with 1 move. This made him want to find a hole to hide in. If you don't have the strength, then keep a low profile. Don't always act like you're the best in the world. It's embarrassing. This time, I'll teach you a lesson. Get lost. Lu Ming waved his hand as if he was a senior lecturing a junior. You. Yang Liuji was enraged and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Lu Ming, don't be arrogant. You'd better not meet my big brother in the selection. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Let's go. Blue Cloud Fei shouted angrily. Then, he rushed into the sky. Lu Ming smiled and did not take it to heart. With a flash, he returned to the restaurant. Come, let's continue eating. Lu Ming laughed and sat down to eat. The rest of the people in the restaurant were stunned. Brother Lu, we have to be careful of the big brother that Blue Cloud Fei mentioned. Feng Wuji said solemnly. That's right. The fifth genius on the Emperor Yun leaderboard also has the surname Blue Cloud. His name is Blue Cloud Dao. He's most likely Blue Cloud Fei's big brother. Ling Yanqi said solemnly. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, they did not think that Lu Ming could be a match for the top geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard. Those people were too strong. They were all demons. Fifth on the Emperor Yun leaderboard? Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he smiled. He did not mind and continued eating. After a short while, the four of them left the restaurant and walked around for a while before they found an inn to stay in. There were still 3 days before the selection of the Emperor Tian Divine Guards. It was still early. At this moment, news of the battle between Xian Yanqing, Lu Ming, Blue Cloud Fei and Yang Liuji spread quickly. Many people were shocked and they sighed. There were so many geniuses now. Another unknown genius had risen. In the room of the inn, Lu Ming sat with his legs crossed and thought about the previous battle. This was the first time that Lu Ming had fought with a genius on the Emperor Yun leaderboard. Although he looked confident, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent. Yang Liuji was only ranked 33rd on the Emperor Yun leaderboard. However, his cultivation had reached the peak of rank 5 martial ancestor realm and his combat strength was comparable to an ordinary martial artist who was at the peak of rank 7 martial ancestor realm. In that case, how strong were the geniuses who were ranked at the top? Especially the geniuses who were ranked in the top 10. How strong were they? Lu Ming did not dare to underestimate his opponent. My biggest disadvantage now is that my cultivation is only at the peak of rank 4 martial ancestor realm. I have to find a way to break through as soon as possible. Lu Ming thought to himself. Chapter 359. Immediately, Lu Ming circulated the True Dragon battle art and started polishing his true chi. A day passed in the blink of an eye. On the evening of the second day, the people from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace actually found them. They sent an invitation letter to Xian Yanqing. It was the invitation letter for the selection of the Tian Divine Guards. It seemed like the news of Xian Yanqing defeating Blue Cloud Fei yesterday had already reached the upper echelons of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Hence, they sent an invitation letter. With Xian Yanqing's combat strength, he was definitely qualified to receive an invitation letter. The next 2 days were peaceful. No one disturbed Lu Ming and the rest. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the preliminaries of the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards. The preliminaries of the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards were to select a group of elites from the 36 countries of the Cloud Emperor who had received an invitation letter. Only these people were qualified to participate in the selection of the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards. The gathering place for the preliminaries was in front of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's residence in the Cloud Desolate Royal Capital. Early in the morning, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Feng Wuji, and Ling Yanqi headed towards the gathering place. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's residence in the Cloud Desolate Empire's royal capital was extremely majestic. It was even more majestic than the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial palace. In front of the residence, there was a wide square. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, the square was already filled with people. Most of them were people who were here to watch the show. However, there were only a few people in the square. This was because there were people from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace guarding the square. Only the geniuses who were participating in the preliminaries could enter. If others were discovered, they would be killed without mercy. No one dared to take this risk. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, they headed straight for the square. Look, the geniuses who are participating in the preliminaries are here. 2 of them look very young. Which empire are they from? I don't know them. They are very unfamiliar. I know. I saw them a few days ago. The two young men and women are the ones who defeated Yang Liuji and Blue Cloud Fei 3 days ago. They are geniuses from the Scorching Sun Empire. As the crowd was discussing, someone suddenly shouted. What? It's them. They're as young as the rumors say. I thought the rumors were exaggerated. I can't believe that the Burning Sun Empire has such a genius. In these few days, the names of Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing had already spread throughout the cloud-desolate royal capital. Many people were very curious and looked at Lu Ming's group of 4. The 4 of them had also seen big scenes before. Their expressions didn't change. They walked to the square and stood at the side. Looks like we came too early. Feng Wuji smiled and said. It's a good opportunity to meet the other geniuses. Ling Yanqi's eyes were full of excitement. Time passed slowly, and more people arrived. Without a doubt, they were all young people under the age of 30. Most of them were in their 20s, and very few of them were under the age of 20. Look, that's Lu Xiaofeng, ranked 35th on the Cloud Emperor list. Suddenly, someone pointed at a yellow-robed youth and shouted. And that's Wang Kai, ranked 26th on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. Gosh, that's Su Yingying, ranked 13th on the Cloud Emperor list. I've heard that Su Yingying is a beauty. She really lives up to her reputation. With the arrival of the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list, the crowd was very excited. The 36 countries of the Cloud Emperor list were vast and there were only 36 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list. Usually, the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list were scattered all over the place and it was hard to see them. But now, there were so many of them and everyone was excited. Even Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi looked at the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list with sparkling eyes. Soon, there were more than 300 people in the square and the number was still increasing. Lu Ming sighed. Those who received the invitation were at least geniuses like the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. But now, there were hundreds of them. Lu Ming suddenly felt a murderous intent shrouding him. He could not help but turn around to take a look. The most terrifying thing was that a faint smile appeared at the corners of his lips. It was Yang Liuji. They had not seen each other for a few days and Yang Liuji's injuries were almost healed. He looked coldly at Lu Ming. Beside Yang Liuji was a tall young man. He was wearing the same clothes as Yang Liuji. Obviously, he was also from the Sun Mansion of Blood Zhao. He stared at Lu Ming in an unfriendly manner. Yang Liuji is here. Is that Yan Feishuan, the top expert of the younger generation in the Great Sun Empire? It must be him, Yan Feishuan, ranked 9th on the Cloud Emperor list. There were exclamations all around. The top 10 geniuses on the Cloud Emperor list had finally appeared. Yan Feishuan's arrival seemed to have signaled the arrival of the top 10 geniuses. In the sky, there was a flash of blue light and 2 figures appeared in the square. One of the 2 blue-robed young men was Blue Cloud Fei. The other person was tall and slender. He carried a saber on his back, and his aura was wild. Blue Cloud Fei and Blue Cloud Dao. Blue Cloud Dao, ranked 5th, is here. There was another round of exclamations. As soon as Lan Yunfei and Lan Yundao arrived, they scanned the surroundings. In the next moment, they discovered Lu Ming and the group. The 2 of them strode towards Lu Ming and the others. This is going to be interesting. The crowd focused their attention on Blue Cloud Dao and Lu Ming. The geniuses in the square were also watching with interest. Soon, Blue Cloud Fei and Blue Cloud Dao were not far away from Lu Ming and the others. You 2 are Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing? Blue Cloud Fei asked. His eyes fell on Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing and he did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. Yes, I didn't expect to be so famous now. Lu Ming smiled and did not care. Xian Yanqing curled his lips and did not even bother to reply. Seeing this, Blue Cloud Dao's face turned gloomy and he said coldly, You dare to beat up my Blue Blade family. You have guts. However, those who dare to beat up my Blue Blade family are no longer in this world. Is that so? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? The world is so big and there are so many experts. There are plenty of people who can destroy your clan with a flick of their hand. How dare you say that the people who dared to hit your blue blade aristocratic family are no longer in this world? Lu Ming said indifferently, and his voice was filled with sarcasm. What did you say? Blue Cloud Dao was furious. Brother Lon, why are you talking nonsense with them? Just kill them. At this moment, Yan Feishuan walked over and said with murderous intent. You want to kill me? Why don't you try? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent and a powerful aura rose from his body. Xian Yanqing, Feng Wuji, and Ling Yanqi walked to Lu Ming's side and released their auras. They stared at Yan Feishuan, Blue Cloud Dao, and the others. A battle was about to break out. This place does not allow a battle. Violators will be killed. Suddenly, a middle-aged man shouted and a mountain-like pressure rose from his body. This man was a guard of the Di Tian Divine Palace. Blue Cloud Dao and Yan Feishuan's faces changed and they retracted their auras. Lu Ming and the others also retracted their auras. Humph, I'll let you off today. Lu Ming, I hope you can pass the preliminaries smoothly. At the Di Tian Divine Guard preliminaries, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Blue Saber family clan. Chapter 360. Yan Feishuan and Yang Liuji also cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and turned to leave. Miss Xia, Brother Lu, you must be careful. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi were worried. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled faintly, looking relaxed. Xian Yanqing was expressionless. Swoosh. Swoosh. At this moment, there were sounds of people flying through the air. Qiu Changkong is here. And the strongest dark horse, Prince Huling. Someone shouted. Lu Ming looked up and saw a few figures flying down from the sky. One of them was very young, about 21 or 22 years old. He wore a long red robe and his eyes were like lightning. His aura was strong and he looked around with his hands behind his back. This person must be Prince Huling. The other person was carrying a battle sword. If he wasn't Qiu Changkong, who else could he be? Qiu Changkong saw Lu Ming the moment he arrived and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Lu Ming, I don't know how you managed to get your hands on the invitation letter. If you didn't participate in the selection of the Di Tian Divine Guards, you would have been able to live a little longer. Now that you're here, you're courting death. After the preliminaries, the real preliminaries will be the time of your death. Qiu Changkong's eyes were cold and his mind was filled with thoughts. He had heard the news that Lu Ming had defeated Yang Liuji and he was shocked. He was shocked that Lu Ming had the invitation letter and was also shocked by Lu Ming's strength. However, he was only shocked at the beginning and was not afraid. He was confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at Qiu Changkong and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He must kill Qiu Changkong. Lu Yuntian had been tortured for 8 years because of Qiu Changkong. Swoosh. Swoosh. The sound of people flying through the air could be heard from time to time. Not long after, Jiang Hongwen, who was ranked 3rd on the Emperor Yun board, and Prince Tianxi, who was ranked 2nd, arrived together. Prince Tianxi was wearing a green robe. His face was gloomy and his eyes were cold like a poisonous snake. Anyone who was stared at by him would feel cold. Jiang Hongwen's figure was tall, and his aura was grand and domineering. He was the complete opposite of young Master Heavenly Snake. Up until now, there were nearly 600 people in the square. All of them were dragons and phoenixes among men. Their auras were extraordinary, and when they gathered together, it was incomparably spectacular. Jian Fengyun still hasn't come. Could he be dead? Hee hee. Suddenly, a gloomy and cold voice sounded out, and it was from young Master Heavenly Serpent. Everyone couldn't help but look at him. Even a poisonous snake like you didn't die, how could Jian Fengyun die? Jiang Hongwen sneered coldly. Many people's expressions changed slightly. There were not many people on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard who dared to speak to young Master Sky Snake like that. Blue Cloud Dao was ranked 5th. He was arrogant and rampant, but in front of Sky Snake Young Master, he had to be well behaved. Hee, I heard that Jian Fengyun went to another area to train. It's normal for him to die outside. Young Master Heavenly Snake smiled sinisterly. Jian Fengyun was the #1 genius on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. He was the #1 expert of the younger generation in the Cloud Emperor's 36 countries. Wei Tianxi, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. At this moment, a loud laugh came from afar. Whoosh! A sword light cut through the void with unbelievable speed. It was clearly still 10 miles away a moment ago, but the next moment, it was above the square. The sword light dissipated, and a young figure appeared. 24 or 25 years old, wearing a gray robe, with a slender figure and bright eyes. His entire person looked like a peerless divine sword that had not been unsheathed. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a long scar on his face. It was very hideous. Jian Fengyun, you're finally here. Young Master Heavenly Serpent's eyes moved, revealing a trace of solemnity. This person was Jian Fengyun, the #1 on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. There was a burst of excited discussion at the scene. Why is there an additional scar on Jian Fengyun's face? It wasn't there before. Who's so powerful to leave a scar on Jian Fengyun's face? There was a burst of whispers in the vicinity. Wei Tianxi, I'm here. Are you very disappointed? Jian Fengyun looked at young Master Heavenly Serpent and said. What's there to be disappointed about? You came at the right time. This time, I'll completely defeat you. Young Master Heavenly Serpent sneered, then his eyes flickered as he said, Jian Fengyun, I heard that you went to other regions to train. What's wrong? You were injured? That's too embarrassing. What's there to be embarrassed about? I was training in the Qianjiang Water region and was injured by a genius there. I have to tell you that the geniuses of other regions are extremely powerful, far stronger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Jian Fengyun said calmly. This caused young Master Heavenly Serpent, Zhang Hongwen, and the other geniuses' faces to turn solemn. Jian Fengyun, what's your ranking in the Qianjiang Water region? Young Master Heavenly Serpent asked. 18th. Jian Fengyun said word by word. What? As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. The #1 genius of the Cloud Emperor mountain range was defeated by the 18th genius of the Qianjiang Water region and left with a scar on his face. How was that possible? Was the Qianjiang Water region really that powerful? Jian Fengyun, in my opinion, it's not that your opponent is too strong, but that you're too weak. It seems like you've regressed in the past few years. This time, I'll surpass you completely. Young Master Heavenly Serpent burst out laughing. He didn't believe that the Qianjiang Water region was that strong. If the 18th genius could defeat Jian Fengyun, wouldn't that mean that there were at least 18 geniuses above him, Prince Sky Snake? And this was just the Qianjiang Water region. What about the other regions? With Prince Sky Snake's pride, he definitely didn't believe that so many geniuses could surpass him. He felt that Jian Fengyun was too weak and didn't advance. Many people nodded their heads and were more willing to believe Prince Sky Snake's words. A frog at the bottom of a well. Jian Fengyun smiled faintly and couldn't be bothered to say more. Prince Sky Snake snorted and stood by the side. As of now, the number of people had reached 600. Caw. At this moment, the door of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace opened and a few figures walked out. Leading them was a white-haired old man in a black robe. The old man had a benevolent look and didn't have any aura around him. He was just like an ordinary person who didn't cultivate. However, no one dared to underestimate him because he was from the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. It seems like everyone is here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Xiao and I'm the host of this preliminary round. When you participate in the real selection, I'll be the one leading you. The old man introduced himself. Greetings, Senior Lu. The geniuses in the square bowed in unison. Lu Xiao nodded his head and said, all right, let's cut to the chase. Follow me. The location of the preliminary round isn't here. With that, Lu Xiu soared into the sky and flew towards the north. The participating geniuses in the square also soared into the sky and followed him. Lu Ming and the other three blended into the crowd and didn't attract any attention. The spectators in the square sighed and felt that it was a pity. Chapter 361. The group of 600 people flew above the cloud-desolate empire's imperial capital. It was a spectacular sight. Their target was a mountain to the north of the imperial capital. It was only 100 miles away, so they arrived in a flash. Lu Xiu led the group to a flat area in front of two mountains. Okay, I'll tell you the rules of the preliminaries. The preliminaries are actually very simple. It's divided into 2 rounds. The first round is to test your force. It will test your understanding of force. Those who haven't reached greater success will be eliminated. Lu Xiu announced loudly. What? We're being eliminated without reaching greater success? Someone yelled in disappointment. Okay, you see the stone pillar in front of you. It's a treasure to test your force. As long as you input your force into the pillar, it will have different colors. It's divided into blue, purple, silver, and gold. They correspond to the entry, initial success, greater success, and perfection of your force. Only when the pillar has a silver color will you pass. Now, let's begin. Lu Xiu announced loudly. Lu Ming and the others nodded. The rules were simple. I'll go first. A skinny youth walked out confidently. He walked to the front of the stone pillar and struck out with his palm. A powerful force of wind surged out from his palm and poured into the stone pillar. Instantly, the stone pillar emitted a faint silver light. It was beautiful. Force of wind, early stage of greater success. Pass. Next. Lu Xiu announced. There were naturally people registering on the side. I'll go. A muscular youth walked out and a powerful force poured into the stone pillar. The stone pillar immediately emitted a silver light. It was darker than the previous youths. Force of earth, middle stage of greater success. Pass. Next. Lu Xiu announced. Next, the youths went up one by one. These youths' force had all reached greater success. Some were in the early stage, some were in the middle stage, and only a small number were in the late stage. Those who hadn't reached greater success didn't even go up. I'll go too. Me too. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi also went up. Feng Wuji had comprehended the force of wind and had reached the early stage of greater success. Ling Yanqi had comprehended the force of fire and had reached the middle stage of greater success. Soon, more than 400 youths had all passed. At the level of the 6 blazing sun heroes, most of the geniuses had already achieved great success in their sure. Of course, there were a few who didn't. However, not a single one of them had reached perfection. Although there was only a single step between mastery and perfection in force, the difference was huge. One was flawed while the other was perfect. The difference in power was several times greater. Yang Liuji is up. Many people's eyes lit up. Until now, none of the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard had entered the arena. They wanted to see how powerful the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard were. Yang Liuji walked in front of the stone pillar, his body emitting a blazing aura. With a wave of his hand, his power surged into the stone pillar. Wang! The stone pillar trembled and an extremely dense silver light was emitted, making the entire stone pillar look as if it was made of pure silver. Fire force, great success limit. Lu Xiu announced. He was just a step away from reaching consummation. This was the first person who had reached the peak of great accomplishment in Shi. Lu Ming's eyes were calm and he wasn't surprised at all. He had fought with Yang Liuji before and he was well aware of Yang Liuji's strength. Yang Liuji's appearance had opened the curtains for the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. Following that, the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard entered the arena one by one. Unfortunately, most of the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard had only reached the peak of great accomplishment. Some of them were only at the late stage of great accomplishment and none of them had reached consummation. Even those who were ranked in the top 10 were only at the peak of great accomplishment. Prince Wuling is up. Someone shouted. Prince Wuling strode forward arrogantly, but he was only at the peak of great accomplishment. After that, Qiu Changkong, Yan Feishuan and Blue Cloud went up one by one. Unfortunately, none of them had reached the consummation level. This showed how difficult it was to reach the consummation level. I'm going to take the test. Do you want to come along? Xian Yanqing glanced at Lu Ming. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them attracted a lot of attention. Blue Cloud said. Yan Feishuan, Qiu Changkong, and Qiu Changkong looked over coldly. Shall I go first or shall you go first? Xian Yanqing looked at Lu Ming. Either one is fine. Lu Ming said with a smile. Then you go first. Xian Yanqing said. Lu Ming stepped forward and a blazing aura burst out from his body. The force of fire surged into the stone pillar and it immediately turned pure silver. The force of fire has reached the peak of great accomplishment. Lu Xiu announced. Many people weren't surprised. Lu Ming was able to defeat Yang Liuji, so his understanding of force wouldn't be bad. It was normal for him to reach the peak of great accomplishment. Lu Ming smiled and took a few steps back. During this period, he had cultivated the force of fire to the peak of great accomplishment, but it was difficult for him to reach consummation. As for the force of wind, it had reached the peak of lesser accomplishment and was about to reach great accomplishment. Lu Ming believed that the combination of the two forces wouldn't be any weaker than a consummation force. Lu Ming retreated while Xian Yanqing stepped forward. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted from Xian Yanqing's body and a green light surrounded him. Whoosh! This was the force of wind. The powerful force of wind surged into the stone pillar. Buzz! The stone pillar shook violently and in the next moment, rays of golden light spread out. Golden light, it's golden light. Someone shouted. Consummation force, this woman has cultivated her force to the consummation stage. Terrifying. Monster, why haven't I heard of it before? The surroundings were in an uproar and there were waves of exclamations. Lu Ming was stunned as well. Subsequently, he sighed. A 7th-level king-level bloodline was indeed terrifying. Even the comprehension of force was unique and profound. Yan Feishuan and Blue Cloud said. Qiu Changkong and the other two's eyes flashed with killing intent. Jian Fengyun, Prince Tianxi and Jiang Hongwen's eyes lit up. Prince Sky Snake, in particular, stared fixedly at Xian Yanqing. His eyes flashed with the flames of greed and lust. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi opened their mouths in shock. Force of wind, consummation. Good, good, good. Lu Xiu laughed and was overjoyed. The stronger the geniuses in the Cloud Emperor mountain range were, the greater his contribution would be and he would be rewarded accordingly. He was naturally happy. Humph. Xian Yanqing retracted his qi and walked to Lu Ming's side. He curled his lips provocatively as if he was saying, see? I'm stronger than you. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Next. Lu Xiu shouted. Let me. Jiang Hongwen strode forward and waved his hand. A force landed on the stone pillar. The stone pillar shook and emitted a golden light. Force, consummation. Let me. Prince Tianxi stepped forward and his body trembled slightly. A force like a long snake slammed into the stone pillar. In the next moment, golden light spread out. It's your turn. Prince Tianxi looked at Jian Fengyun. Jian Fengyun smiled and stood still. Suddenly, 2 rays of sword light shot out from his eyes. The sword light was condensed from his force and it landed on the stone pillar. The stone pillar shook violently and emitted a rich golden light. Similarly, force, consummation. From then on, only 4 people's force had reached consummation. Chapter 362. Who else would like to take the test? Lu Xiu looked at the remaining 60 over people. These 60 over people had been standing still. Obviously, they had no confidence in themselves. At this moment, their faces were pale and they were hesitant. If you don't come up, you will be disqualified. Lu Xiu announced. Let me. Finally, someone went up and decided to give it a try. Unfortunately, his force was only at the limit of small success and had not reached greater success. He was mercilessly eliminated. Then, a few more people went up, hoping to get lucky, but they were all eliminated. The remaining people shook their heads and sighed. No one continued to take the test because there was no need to. They knew best whether their force had reached greater success or not. All right, those who have been eliminated, leave this place. Those who have succeeded, follow me into the Valley of Illusions. Lu Xiu said loudly. Those who had been eliminated sighed and left the place, ending the selection of the Tian Divine Guards. All right, follow me. Lu Xiu said, then turned around and walked away. The Valley of Illusions was in the middle of the two mountains. That place was heavily guarded by soldiers. Following Lu Xiu, there were no obstructions and they arrived at the valley. The valley was very wide, at least 1,000 meters wide. There were cliffs on both sides. In front of the valley, there was a huge light screen that separated the valley. Behind the light screen, it was hazy and nothing could be seen. Behind this light screen, there is an inscription array called the 10,000 Illusions Killing Array. The second round of the preliminaries will take place in this array. As long as you enter the 10,000 Illusions Killing Array, powerful martial artists or demonic beasts will be formed. As long as you kill the martial artists or demonic beasts inside, you will obtain the corresponding points. The two stone tablets in front of the 10,000 Illusions Killing Array will show your points and ranking. Only those who have reached 500 points will be considered as having passed the test. Only then will they be able to participate in the true selection of the Tian Divine Guards. The time limit is only half an hour. Once half an hour is up, you will be automatically teleported out. This standard is the same in many regions of the Tianxian region. Lu Xiu briefly introduced the rules of the second round of preliminaries. As expected, in front of the light screen, the crowd saw two huge stone tablets that were 100 meters tall and 10 meters wide. Alright, the rules are simple. Next, it will depend on your strength. The 10,000 Illusions Killing Array can accommodate 50 people each time. You can make your choice. You can start now. Lu Xiu announced. Hearing Lu Xiu's words, everyone looked at each other. Then, someone walked out in large strides towards the 10,000 Illusions Killing Array. With someone taking the lead, the others naturally followed suit. After a short while, 50 people charged into the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array. When the 50 people rushed into the 10,000 Illusionary Killing Array, the two stone tablets in front of them emitted a hazy light. After only a few breaths of time, a few lines of words suddenly appeared on the first stone tablet. Hornet, 1 point. Longmao, 1 point. 7 or 8 names appeared consecutively. Behind each name, there was a corresponding score. After a few more breaths, some people's points went from 1 to 2, and then to 3. More and more names appeared on the stone tablet. 2 minutes later, 50 names appeared on the stone tablet. Behind each name, there was a corresponding score. Some people's points increased very quickly, while others were much slower. A moment later, someone's points had already reached 400, approaching 500. As long as one reached 500 points, they would be able to pass the preliminaries and obtain the qualifications to participate in the real selection. At this moment, the light screen trembled, and someone flew out from it. Everyone saw that there were wounds on this person's body, and blood was dripping from them. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that this array was not that safe. As soon as this person flew out, his name disappeared from the first stone tablet. This person's face was dejected. Obviously, he had failed. After this person, the light screen trembled from time to time, and people kept flying out. Of these people who flew out, there was no doubt that none of them had reached 500 points. All of them ended in failure. When half an hour was about to end, 47 people had flown out, and these 47 people did not reach 500 points. Only the last 3 people who flew out had more than 500 points. Among them, the person with the highest score was 553 points. When the last 3 people came out, the second stone tablet lit up, and 3 names appeared. First place, Hornet, 553 points. Second place, these 3 names were the 3 people who had reached 500 points. These 3 people were naturally overjoyed, while the other 47 people had unsightly expressions and were incomparably discouraged. The remaining people who had not yet entered looked extremely solemn. The elimination rate was too high. Out of the 50 people, 47 people were eliminated, and only 3 passed. Although there weren't any powerful geniuses in this group, the elimination rate still made people gasp. Alright, the first group has finished. Next group, continue. Lu Xiu announced. But everyone looked at each other, and for a moment, no one stepped forward. Hurry up. The result is the same whether it's morning or night. It won't be easy at night. Lu Xiu frowned slightly. What's there to hesitate about? I'll go. Yang Liuji snorted coldly and strode forward. Then, one figure after another walked forward. 50 people disappeared into the light screen. Almost a breath after entering the light screen, a name suddenly flashed on the first stone tablet. Yang Liuji. Then, Yang Liuji's points soared crazily. 1 point, 2 points, 5 points, 10 points, the speed of the increase was terrifying. In just 5 minutes, his points had exceeded 500 points, and it was still rising. Compared to him, the others were much slower. Yang Liuji's points only slowed down when it exceeded 1,000 points. At this moment, the light screen kept shaking, and people flew out from it. Soon, half an hour had passed, and the people in this group had all come out. This time, a total of 6 people had accumulated more than 500 points and passed the preliminaries. The names of these 6 people also appeared on the second stone tablet. Including the 3 people in front, there were a total of 9 names on the second stone tablet. Yang Liuji had a total of 1,210 points and was ranked first. Yang Liuji looked proud and walked to the side. Then, the third group of 50 people entered. This time, 5 people passed. This group also had a genius on the Emperor Yin leaderboard. This person was slightly stronger than Yang Liuji, and his points were 22 points more than Yang Liuji's. He rushed to the first place, and Yang Liuji fell to the second place. Then, the fourth group, the fifth group. Chapter 363. The ranking on the second stone tablet was constantly fluctuating. People were constantly being surpassed and people were constantly rushing to the top. After the sixth group, Yang Liuji had fallen to 21st place. This made his expression extremely gloomy, especially when a few unknown people had surpassed him. This made his expression even uglier. There were still many experts who had yet to enter the arena. Yang Liuji was originally ambitious and wanted to rush to the top 30 or even the top 20. Now, it seemed like there was no hope at all. It would be considered good if he could keep his position on the Emperor Yun leaderboard. After the sixth group, it was the seventh group's turn. Brother Yen, shall we join the battle? Blue Cloud looked at Yen Feishuan and said with a smile. That's what I want. Yen Feishuan smiled. Count me in. A young man in a green shirt stepped out. Everyone recognized that he was Ji Rufeng, who was ranked 7th. The top 10 geniuses are going to join the battle. Everyone was shocked and they were looking forward to it. This time, would there be a change in the top 10 rankings? With a flash, the young men rushed forward one by one. Young Master Huling is joining the battle too. And Xiao Changkong. Someone shouted. Lu Ming looked up and saw the arrogant young Master Huling and Xiao Changkong. The two of them had attracted a lot of attention recently. Many people were guessing if the two of them could make it to the top 10. Whoosh! Whoosh! 50 figures rushed into the 1,000 illusion-killing array. Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the 2 stone tablets. There were many experts in this group and the competition would be fierce. Buzz! Almost as soon as everyone rushed in, the first stone tablet suddenly shone with names. Blue Cloud said. Ji Rufeng, Yan Feishuan, Qiu Changkong, Young Master Huling. At the same time, the points behind their names jumped rapidly and began to soar. The 5 of them were increasing their points at almost the same speed and they left the others far behind. In just 2 minutes, the 5 of them had more than 500 points and continued to soar. In 8 minutes, their points had exceeded 1,000 points. At this time, the 5 of them gradually slowed down. It's amazing that Qiu Changkong and Young Master Huling can keep up with Blue Cloud. Their speed is amazing. Could it be that the 2 of them can really make it into the top 10? It's hard to say. The 10,000 illusionary killing array becomes more and more difficult as one progresses further. At their level, if one wants to determine the victor, it will depend on the competition later on. Many youths discussed animatedly. The points continued to rise. 1,500, 1,800, 2,000. After 20 minutes, all 5 of them had scored more than 2,000 points. At this time, it could be seen that Blue Cloud's Dao was rising the fastest, followed by Ji Rufeng. On the other hand, Yan Feishuan, Qiu Changkong, and Young Master Huling were about the same. When they broke through the 2,100 mark, Yan Feishuan, Young Noble Huling, and Qiu Changkong's points increased at a snail's pace. When the 30 minutes were up, the light screen trembled and several figures flew out. They were Yan Feishuan, Qiu Changkong, and Young Master Huling. Their faces were pale, and their auras were weak. Qiu Changkong is in the lead. His points are actually higher than Huling and Yan Feishuan. Someone cried out loudly, full of shock. Qiu Changkong's score was 2,235. Yan Feishuan's score was 2,205, which was 30 points lower than Qiu Changkong's. Young Noble Huling's score was 30 points lower than Yan Feishuan's. Damn it! Yan Feishuan shouted angrily, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. He was actually surpassed by Qiu Changkong. Humph. It's just luck. If we were to fight head-on, I would definitely be able to kill them all. Young Noble Huling snorted coldly, feeling very unhappy. When the time came, Blue Cloud's Dao and Ji Rufeng also appeared. Both of them had scored more than 2,400 points, but Blue Cloud's Dao had scored more points and was ahead of Ji Rufeng. At this time, the second stone tablet flickered, and the rankings on it also changed. Blue Cloud's Dao was temporarily first, Ji Rufeng was second, Qiu Changkong was third, Yan Feishuan was fourth, and Young Noble Huling was fifth. As for Yang Liuji, he had already reached the 29th place. This made Yang Liuji's face as gloomy as charcoal. Next, the 8th group. Lu Xiu announced. As soon as his voice fell, a young man stepped out. Jian Fengyun. Everyone's hearts shook violently. Jian Fengyun was going to fight, and everyone was extremely excited. Jian Fengyun, a rare demonic genius, dominated the Emperor Yun board, and suppressed the other geniuses in the Emperor Yun mountain range. Because he was too strong. As for him, no one had seen him fight for almost 2 years. Until now, what realm had his cultivation reached? Haha, Jian Fengyun, you're finally going to fight. Good, although this isn't a direct fight, it's still an indirect competition. Let me see how much progress you've made during this time. Young Noble Tian Shi sneered and stepped out. Since all of you are going to fight, I'll join in as well. Jiang Hongwen also stepped out with a smile. Everyone could only feel their hearts beating faster. The top 3 geniuses on the Emperor Yun board were going to fight together. This was too shocking and exciting. Everyone could already see countless sparks shining. 2 of the top 10 geniuses wanted to fight, but they stopped at this time. If they fought together with Jian Fengyun, Young Noble Tian Shi and Jiang Hongwen, they would only be a supporting role. Tian Shi, I will let you see the gap between you and me getting bigger and bigger. Jian Fengyun smiled faintly, and his strong confidence was revealed. Humph, strength doesn't depend on words. Young noble Tianxi snorted. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, figures flashed and rushed into the 10,000 illusion-killing array. Then, the points began to soar crazily. Jian Fengyun, young noble Tianxi and Jiang Hongwen's points soared at a terrifying speed. 500 points, 1,000 points, 1,500 points, 2,000 points. After reaching 2,000 points, their speed did not slow down, and they continued to soar. Many people's hearts were in their throats as they watched with their eyes wide open, afraid that they would miss an exciting scene. 3,000 points. When they reached 3,000 points, young noble Tianxi and Jiang Hongwen's speed began to slow down. However, Jian Fengyun's speed was still very fast. Gosh, 3,000 points. According to my speculation, after 3,000 points, the opponents will be at the early stage of the martial ancestor realm. Moreover, there will be 20 of them. That's right. Their opponents are indeed 20 experts at the early stage of the martial ancestor realm. Lu Xiu gave an affirmative answer. Everyone gasped and Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Facing the siege of 20 experts at the early stage of the martial ancestor realm, Jian Fengyun's points continued to increase. The top 3 on the Emperor Yun board were indeed terrifying. As time passed, it became harder for young noble Tianxi and Jiang Hongwen to increase their points. In the end, they basically came to a standstill. Jian Fengyun's points continued to increase. In the end, he was more than 600 points ahead of young noble Tianxi. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 364. The moment he came out, young Master Sky Snake hurriedly looked at the stone tablet. When he saw the score on the stone tablet, young Master Sky Snake's expression changed drastically. He roared furiously, "Impossible! Jian Fengyun, how can your score be so much higher than mine? 600 points higher than Jian Fengyun's score. This wasn't a small difference, but a few levels higher." Young Master Tianxi found it hard to believe that the gap between him and Jian Fengyun was so huge. Nothing is impossible, Sky Snake. You think that you're an unparalleled genius in the Cloud Emperor mountain range, but you're just a frog in a well. There are countless people like you in this world. Jian Fengyun said indifferently. Impossible. Young Master Tianxi roared, thinking that Jian Fengyun was purposely attacking him. Jian Fengyun sneered and walked to the side, not bothering to talk to young Master Tianxi. The others were extremely shocked. Jian Fengyun was too strong. No wonder he was ranked first on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. He had a huge lead over the second place, and no one could surpass him. Lu Xiu nodded. This time, the Cloud Emperor mountain range would depend on Jian Fengyun for the selection. On the second stone tablet, there were changes to the rankings. Jian Fengyun was ranked first, and young Master Tianxi was ranked second, 100 points higher than Jiang Hongwen. Jiang Hongwen was ranked third. As for Lan Yundao and the others, their rankings had all dropped by 3 places. Alright, Group 9, get ready. Lu Xiu announced. Lu Ming, let's go together. Let's see who can suppress who. Xian Yinqing looked at Lu Ming with a provocative look. I'll keep you company. Lu Ming smiled. The two of them strode out. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi also rushed out. Xian Yinqing has made her move. Her presence has reached a terrifying level. I wonder what rank she will get. It's hard to say. The 1,000 illusion killing array tests one's overall combat strength. Presence is only one of the aspects of combat strength. Although Xian Yinqing's presence is strong, her overall combat strength might not be that strong. Bloodline rank, cultivation technique, physical body cultivation, comprehension of martial techniques, etc. Xian Yinqing's cultivation is too low, she might not be able to get a high rank. It would be good if she could get into the 36th place. You're right. The top 36th place is equivalent to getting into the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. Look, Shengguan Yunyan and the others have made their move. The surrounding crowd was discussing animatedly. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise. Shangguan Yunyan was ranked 4th on the Monarch Cloud leaderboard. She was also the only female in the top 10 of the Monarch Cloud leaderboard. In addition, there were several geniuses in the top 10 of the Imperial Cloud ranking list, such as the 6th and 8th geniuses. Although Lu Ming defeated Yang Liuji, what was Yang Liuji's ranking now? He was about to drop out of the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. Even if Lu Ming could defeat him, how powerful could he be? At most, he could get into the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. That would not attract the crowd's attention. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 50 people rushed into the 1,000 illusion-killing array and disappeared. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the light screen, he suddenly felt dizzy. In the next moment, he found himself standing on a grassland. In front of him, there was a flash of light. Demonic beasts were forming. There were 20 black tigers in total. They looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. They roared and pounced on Lu Ming. They are equivalent to the early 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Kill one and you will get 1 point. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as some information flashed through his mind. At the same time, the demon banishing spear appeared in his hand and he swung it. Bang! Bang! Like fireworks, the 20 demonic beasts that were equivalent to the early 5th level of the martial ancestor realm were all blown up by Lu Ming's spear. They turned into wisps of energy and dissipated in the air. Whoosh whoosh, after the 20 tigers were blown up, the energy in the air swept across the place. A few breaths later, another 20 tigers appeared. The difference was that the auras of these 20 tigers were stronger than before. They had reached the middle 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Middle 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Kill one and you will get 2 points. It was the same for everyone. At the beginning, they would encounter 20 demonic beasts of the early 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. After killing them all, stronger beasts would appear. Early 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Kill one and you will get 1 point. Middle 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Kill one and you will get 2 points. Late 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. Kill one and you will get 3 points. Following that, every time one's cultivation level increased, the points would increase by 1 point. For example, peak 5th level of the martial ancestor realm was 4 points. Early 6th level of the martial ancestor realm was 5 points. In order to obtain 500 points and pass the preliminaries, one would have to reach the late 6th level of the martial ancestor realm and kill at least 6 of them. To be able to kill 6 demonic beasts of the late 6th level of the martial ancestor realm, one's overall strength would be comparable to a peak 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. The 20 tigers of the middle 5th level of the martial ancestor realm stood no chance against Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming shook his long spear and beams of spear gleams shot out. 20 huge tigers exploded under the spear gleams. On the stone tablet outside, Lu Ming's points increased rapidly. However, it did not attract too much attention. It was normal for his points to increase rapidly at the beginning. The battle continued in the 10,000 illusion formation. After the 20 tigers of the middle 5th level of the martial ancestor realm were killed, another 20 beasts of the late 5th level of the martial ancestor realm appeared. They were killed with ease. Following that, 20 tigers of the peak 5th level of the martial ancestor realm appeared. After the 20 tigers of the peak 5th level of the martial ancestor realm were killed, the heavens and earth changed rapidly. Lu Ming realized that he was in a swamp. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 20 snakes as thick as a bowl shot out from the swamp and pounced toward Lu Ming. The strength of its aura was much stronger than that of the giant tiger from before. They were demonic beasts of the early 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming remained calm and continued to stab with his spear. Bang! Bang! The snakes exploded in the air. The demonic beasts of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm were no match for Lu Ming. They could not stop Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming swept down with an unstoppable force. His points also skyrocketed. Soon, it exceeded 500 points. It continued to rise. 600 points, 700 points. After Lu Ming killed the 20 demonic beasts of the peak 6th level of the martial ancestor realm, Lu Ming's points reached 720. At that moment, the surroundings changed again. It turned into a huge mountain surrounded by rocks. Suddenly, the rocks in the surroundings changed and turned into giant stone golems that were 3 meters tall. There were a total of 20 golems. Dong! Dong! Each golem had a cultivation of the early 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. They each held a mace made of rocks in their hands and charged toward Lu Ming with a thunderous roar. The mace smashed down. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on Lu Ming. It was as powerful as a mountain. Lu Ming stomped his foot and his body shot forward like a cannonball. The power of wind and fire merged on his spear as he lashed out. Bang! One of the golems was struck by the spear and exploded into pieces, sending debris flying everywhere. Instantly, Lu Ming's points increased by 9. Chapter 365. Swoosh! Swoosh! The long spear continued to stab out and the stone golems exploded one by one. Soon, the 20 stone golems were all defeated by Lu Ming. Next, the stone golems at the middle stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 7 were unable to stop Lu Ming. He swept all the way. When the 20 stone golems at the later stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 7 were defeated, Lu Ming's points had surpassed Yang Liuji's. Outside the array, Yang Liuji stared fixedly at the stone tablet, gnashing his teeth in anger. Lu Ming! Yang Liuji bellowed. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still unhappy that Lu Ming had surpassed him. However, the others did not pay much attention to Lu Ming because the top 10 on the Emperor Yun board were increasing their points as fast as Lu Ming's. Boom! Boom! In the 10,000 illusion killing array, Lu Ming defeated the last 2 stone golems at the peak of Martial Ancestor Realm 7. At that point, Lu Ming's points had reached 1,560. At that moment, the surrounding scenery changed again. Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in a huge canyon. In the canyon, the wind was howling and it tore the earth apart. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the wind, there were sounds of something breaking the air. In the next moment, rays of saber radiance slashed toward Lu Ming. They were as fast as lightning and in the blink of an eye, they were in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and his body shook slightly. His body was like a flickering shadow and he flew back dozens of meters. Buzz! The long spear shook and swept out. A figure was sent flying. At that moment, Lu Ming saw that it was a figure wrapped in a black robe. The 10,000 illusion killing array would not only gather demonic beasts but also martial artists. Swoosh! Rays of saber radiance slashed toward Lu Ming from behind. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming waved his long spear and blocked a few of the sabers. The black-robed men were all at the early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 8. Wind force. Lu Ming used the power of wind and began to sense the black-robed person's trajectory. Although the black-robed person's speed was fast, under Lu Ming's wind momentum, he still had nowhere to hide. Found you. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed, as he instantly thrust out his spear a dozen times. Puff! Puff! 5 or 6 black-robed men were pierced by Lu Ming in succession, turning into energy and dissipating. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, martial artists in the early stage of the martial arts Grandmaster realm were no match for him. After he found their tracks, Lu Ming killed them one by one. Soon, the 20 black-robed men in the early stage of the martial arts Grandmaster realm were all killed. In the next moment, 20 middle-stage martial arts Grandmaster realm black-robed men appeared. The speed of these 20 black-robed men was even faster. In the fierce wind, their speed was like lightning. Even when Lu Ming unleashed the power of wind, it was also hard to capture the trajectory. Force, these black-robed men have actually mastered the force of wind. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with astonishment. Amazing, this is really amazing. This is only a large formation, but the martial artists inside have actually mastered the force of wind. Lu Ming was amazed. This force of wind is different from what I have comprehended. Yes, the force of wind can be like this. Why didn't I think of it before? For a moment, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to kill the black-robed men. Instead, he blocked them while comprehending the force of wind. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, if he unleashed all his strength and unleashed the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps, he would definitely be able to surpass 4 small realms and fight with a martial artist in the peak of the martial arts grandmaster realm. He might even be able to win. If he unleashed all his strength, it would not be impossible for him to break through this stage. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry now. Outside the 10,000 illusion-killing formation, everyone stared at the stone tablet. In the beginning, Lu Ming did not attract too much attention. However, when Lu Ming passed the stage of the martial arts grandmaster realm and reached 1,560 points, he attracted a lot of attention. This was a hurdle. Those who could pass this hurdle would be considered top geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard and would definitely be ranked in the top 20. Lu Ming is so powerful that he has accumulated 1,560 points. Next, he will be facing a martial artist in the early stage of the martial arts grandmaster realm. I wonder how far Lu Ming can go. Many people were discussing. Yang Liuji could not help but gnash his teeth when he heard the discussion. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be quite powerful. Yan Feishuan muttered. He is quite capable, but he still has to die. Blue Cloud snorted. Lu Ming, I did not expect your strength to have reached this stage. It seems that I must find a chance to kill you in the selection of the Imperial Sky Divine Guards. Xiao Wuyang's eyes shone with a cold light. However, not long after, their faces changed. Lu Ming's points continued to rise at an extremely fast speed. He was not any slower than Shengguan Yanchen and the other top 10 geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard. It's still rising. Lu Ming's points are still rising. He is too powerful. Will Lu Ming make it to the top 10? I did not expect Lu Ming's combat strength to be so terrifying. When he defeated Yang Liuji, I guess he did not use much of his strength. Oh my god, look, Xian Yanqing's points are not bad either. They are all from the Burning Sun Empire. Including Qiu Changkong, the small Burning Sun Empire has 3 terrifying geniuses. Unbelievable. Everyone was exclaiming. Very soon, Lu Ming's points soared to 1,820. This meant that Lu Ming had already killed all 20 martial artists in the early stage of the 8th martial arts grandmaster realm. Next, Lu Ming will face 20 middle stage martial arts grandmaster realm martial artists. As long as he can pass this stage, there is a high chance that he will make it to the top 10. If he can pass the next stage, he will surpass Qiu Changkong and make it to the top 10. I'm looking forward to it. Wait, did you notice that Lu Ming's points have stopped rising? Yes, could it be that he has reached his limit? Most likely. I guess he is at the end of his rope. He must be trying his best to defend himself. That is why his points have stopped rising. Phew. Qiu Changkong, Yan Feishuan, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Qiu Changkong was especially nervous when he saw Lu Ming's points surging. He was afraid that Lu Ming would surpass him. With his pride, he would not be able to accept that Lu Ming surpassed him. Luckily, Lu Ming's points had stopped rising. Ho, Lu Ming, is this your limit? How disappointing. Qiu Changkong whispered with a smile on his face. At the same time, Blue Cloud and the others sneered. Lu Ming was not a threat to them. Look, Xian Yanqing's points have slowed down. That's right. It seems that Xian Yanqing's combat strength is slightly higher than Lu Ming's. However, he is not as strong as the top 10 geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard. Some people discussed with each other and expressed their opinions. This was because the top 10 geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard were still increasing their points. Soon, 3 of the top 10 geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard surpassed Qiu Changkong and pushed him to the 9th place. As for Yan Feishuan, he dropped to the 10th place. Damn it. Chapter 366. Time passed by slowly. Soon, the half-hour limit was up. The light screen shook and Xian Yanqing appeared. Lu Ming's points were still stagnant, but he did not appear. He can still hold on. However, this is the preliminaries. What's the point of holding on? Qiu Changkong sneered. However, in the next moment, his eyes popped out and he opened his mouth so wide that he could swallow a dead mouse. On the first stone tablet, Lu Ming's score, which had remained stagnant, suddenly soared again at a terrifying speed. Everyone else's expression was similar to Qiu Changkong's. All of them were dumbfounded. How is this possible? How is this possible? Why is Lu Ming's points shooting up? Did he hide his strength? That's impossible. Everyone was discussing and even Jian Fengyun was stunned. Lu Ming's points exceeded 2,000 in an instant. Subsequently, it was 2,100, 2,200, and he surpassed Qiu Changkong in one fell swoop. When Lu Ming's points reached more than 2,400, the screen vibrated and he flew out. Shangguan Yunyan and the other geniuses in the top 10 of the Emperor Yun leaderboard flew out together with him. Oh my god, why is there no more time? After coming out, Lu Ming kept mumbling to himself. He was speechless. Previously, when he saw the black-robed men, he began to comprehend the force of wind. His force of wind had already reached the limit of minor accomplishment. After comprehending it, his force of wind broke through and reached the great accomplishment. When the force of wind and force of fire merged with each other, their power skyrocketed. Previously, the force of wind and force of fire were not balanced. Although their power was great after merging, it had not reached its maximum. Now, when the two forces were balanced, their power was truly terrifying. It had completely surpassed the power of a single force of perfection. Lu Ming merged the two forces into his long spear. With a sweep of his long spear, the black-robed men in the middle stage of the martial ancestor realm collapsed. In just a few breaths' time, the 20 black-robed men in the middle stage of the martial ancestor realm were all defeated. Next, there were 20 black-robed men at the late stage of the martial arts grandmaster realm. However, they were unable to withstand Lu Ming's attack and were all killed within a short period of time. Just as Lu Ming was about to fight with the 20 black-robed men at the peak of the martial arts grandmaster realm, the space suddenly trembled and teleported him out. Lu Ming immediately knew that time was up. Forget it, this score shouldn't be too bad. Lu Ming mumbled. Brother Lu, congratulations. At this time, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi walked over and clasped their fists. However, the two of them looked helpless and bitter. Lu Ming knew that the two of them definitely did not pass and did not reach 500 points. Lu Ming had already guessed this, but he didn't say anything. At this moment, light flashed on the second stone tablet, and the rankings changed. There were no changes to the top three. It was still Jian Fengyun, Young Master Tian Shi, and Jiang Hongwen. There was a change in the fourth place. It was Shangguan Yunyan. It was still Blue Cloud who was in the fifth place. There were no changes to the top 7 on the Emperor Yun board. However, there was a change in the 8th place. It was Lu Ming. Qiu Changkong dropped to the 10th place. Yan Feishuan dropped to the 11th place and out of the top 10. Damn it. Yan Feishuan was so angry that his body trembled. Before this competition, he was still confident and wanted to move up a few ranks. However, not only did he not move up, but he had also dropped back a few ranks. It's all Lu Ming's fault. Yan Feishuan blamed everything on Lu Ming. If Lu Ming hadn't made it to the 8th place, he wouldn't have dropped out of the top 10. Although there was only a difference of 1 rank between the 11th place and the top 10, they were on 2 completely different levels. On the other hand, Qiu Changkong's eyes were filled with killing intent. He couldn't accept that Lu Ming had surpassed him. They were both from the Burning Sun Empire. From now on, the top genius of the Burning Sun Empire was Lu Ming, not him. Kill, kill, kill. Qiu Changkong roared in his heart. Lu Ming seemed to have felt Xiao Changkong's murderous intent. He looked at Xiao Changkong and sneered, "Little Kong, I'm sorry. I accidentally overtook you. Now you're number 2 in the Blazing Sun Empire." "Lu Ming, you." Xiao Changkong roared and his eyes turned red. What did Lu Ming just call him? Little Kong? What did he mean by accidentally surpassed him? Did he become the second? Every word was infuriating. Xiao Changkong felt that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were aching. Lu Ming, the 1,000 illusion-killing array has a high score, but it doesn't mean that you can win in a real life and death battle. After a while, Xiao Changkong took a deep breath to calm himself down and said coldly, "Oh? Is that so? Then let's have a real life and death battle." Lu Ming stared at Xiao Changkong with murderous eyes. Xiao Changkong was someone he had to kill. It would be great if he could take this opportunity to kill him. However, Xiao Changkong's eyes flickered and he did not agree. He snorted and walked to the side. He had no chance of winning now. He had no confidence in Lu Ming's combat strength. "So, you don't dare. What a coward." Lu Ming curled his lips. Xiao Changkong staggered and his eyes turned red again. He was so angry that he almost exploded. He wanted to turn around and chop Lu Ming into pieces. However, his rationality told him that he had to endure it. "Lu Ming, sooner or later, I will make sure you die without a burial ground." Xiao Changkong roared in his heart. The test was still going on and there was only one group left. However, there were no outstanding geniuses in this group and no one was interested. Soon, half an hour had passed and the last group had finished. The candidates for this round of preliminaries had all been announced. A total of 98 people had passed the preliminaries and obtained the right to participate in the selection of the Empyrean Divine Guards. More than 600 people had come and only 98 people had passed. The probability was not low. Don't forget that these people were all geniuses on the same level as the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe. Alright, 98 of you have passed the preliminaries and obtained the right to participate in the selection of the Empyrean Divine Guards. The selection of the Empyrean Divine Guards will be held in Myriad Star City 3 months later. You just have to rush to Myriad Star City within 3 months. Lu Xiao announced. Myriad Star City? Many people were stunned. Obviously, they had not heard of it before. Myriad Star City is a branch of the Empyrean Divine Palace in the east of Tianxian Domain. You just have to rush to Myriad Star City and gather at the Cloud Emperor mountain range. I will wait for you there. This is the map to Myriad Star City. Lu Xiao gave a brief introduction and then took out a stack of maps and gave one to each person. Alright, follow me out now. You can make your own arrangements for the next 3 months. Lu Xiao said. After that, everyone followed Lu Xiao out of the Myriad Illusion Valley. Then, they went their separate ways. Lu Ming, you have surpassed me this time. Next time, I will definitely surpass you. On the way back, Xian Yanqing gritted her teeth and said to Lu Ming. This time, Xian Yanqing was ranked 15th, behind Lu Ming. She was still brooding over this. Chapter 367. By the side, Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi were blushing. They looked like they wanted to laugh but were too embarrassed to do so. Xiaoqin, we are already an old couple. Don't be like this. Brother Feng and Brother Ling will laugh at us. Lu Ming leaned close to Xian Yanqing's ear and whispered. You. Who is an old couple with you? Don't spout nonsense. Xian Yanqing's pretty face turned red. She gave Lu Ming a few hard glances. We have already looked at each other and touched each other. We are not an old couple. Do you really want me to do you? Lu Ming touched his chin and muttered. Lu Ming. There was a sharp scream. It was so piercing that Lu Ming's eardrums were buzzing. Xian Yanqing gritted her teeth. If not for Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi, she would have pounced on Lu Ming and bit him. Gentle, gentle. Girls have to be gentle, understand? Don't let Brother Feng and Brother Ling laugh at us. Lu Ming had his hands behind his back and said with a naughty smile. By the side. Ah. Brother Ling, the starry sky is so beautiful today. The moon is so big and glaring. Huh, Brother Feng is right. It was broad daylight and the sun was shining brightly. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi looked up at the sky and lied through their teeth. They pretended not to see Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. The few of them bickered all the way back to the inn. News about the test spread like wildfire in the capital of the Cloud Wilderness Empire. Jian Fengyun was powerful and invincible. Naturally, it attracted many people's attention. Besides, Lu Ming, Qiu Changkong, and Xian Yanqing were also mentioned repeatedly. The three of them came from the same empire, the Blazing Sun Empire. It was a small country. There were so many terrifying geniuses in the Blazing Sun Empire. 2 of them even made it to the top 10. This was more terrifying than many intermediate empires. The Bloody Zhao Empire did not have anyone in the top 10. 2 days later, on a mountain peak, Qiu Changkong kowtowed to an old man. Master, why are you here? Qiu Changkong said respectfully. This old man was the one who had accepted Qiu Changkong as his in-name disciple. He was a major character of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's eastern branch in the Tianxian region. Changkong, although you were previously ranked 36th on the Emperor Cloud leaderboard, you are proud and arrogant. You have never taken the other geniuses on the Emperor Cloud leaderboard seriously. Through this preliminaries, you should have realized that there is always someone better than you, right? Moreover, this is only the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. The Cloud Emperor Mountain Range is a small place. The geniuses here cannot be compared to those in other regions. It will be very difficult for you to successfully join the D Tian Divine Guards. The old man sighed. Master, please give me some pointers. Qiu Changkong said respectfully. This time, I'm here to bring you to the 100 Gods slope to cultivate. I've obtained this quota with great difficulty. You must cherish it. The old man said. 100 Gods slope. Hearing this, Qiu Changkong was elated. The 100 Gods slope was an extremely famous cultivation ground in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. He had heard of this name long ago, but he was not qualified to enter. This time, his master had actually obtained such a precious spot for him. Changkong thanks master. I'm willing to go through fire and water for master. Qiu Changkong bowed again. Let's go. The old man waved his hand. In an instant, the 2 of them disappeared without a trace. In an inn in the imperial capital of the Cloud Wilderness Empire. Shaoqing, you're leaving? Where are you going? Lu Ming asked. Just a moment ago, Xian Yanqing had bid farewell to him. Of course I'm going to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. Fortunately, I'll surpass you in 3 months. Alright, I'll see you in Myriad Star City 3 months later. After speaking, Xian Yanqing sized up Lu Ming before turning around and disappearing in an instant. Looking at the direction where Xian Yanqing disappeared, Lu Ming somehow felt reluctant to part with her. Shaoqing, what level can you reach in 3 months? Lu Ming muttered. Xian Yanqing's identity had always been mysterious. Lu Ming still didn't know where she came from. Her sister, Xian Yanjuan, was also a natural king. Her talent was terrifyingly high. Lu Ming had a feeling that when he saw Xian Yanqing again in 3 months, her cultivation would have a huge improvement. It seems like I have to work harder too. Otherwise, she might really surpass me. Lu Ming smiled. After a while, Lu Ming looked at Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi. Brother Feng, Brother Ling, what are your plans next? Lu Ming asked. We plan to return to the Blazing Sun Empire. Brother Lu, what about you? Feng Wuji asked. I plan to set off for the Myriad Star City. I'll cultivate along the way. Lu Ming said. He had already looked at the map. The Myriad Star City was too far away from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, it would take him a month to fly there at full speed. Therefore, Lu Ming decided to cultivate along the way. He treated this journey as a form of training. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi nodded. "Brother Feng, please tell my parents that I'm safe when you return," Lu Ming said. "Don't worry, I'll definitely tell them." Feng Wuji nodded. Then, Feng Wuji, Ling Yanqi and Lu Ming left for the Blazing Sun Empire. All of a sudden, Lu Ming was left alone. "It's time for me to leave too." Lu Ming smiled and left the capital of the Cloud Wilderness Empire. He soared into the sky and flew toward the west, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. The Cloud Emperor mountain range was located in the easternmost part of the Tianxian domain. It was extremely far away from the Myriad Star City and there were many regions along the way. Previously, when he was traveling from the Scorching Sun Empire to the capital of the Cloud Wilderness Empire, Lu Ming did not unleash his full speed because of Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi. Now that he was alone, he unleashed his full speed and his speed was astonishing. Countless mountains, rivers and plateaus flashed under Lu Ming's feet. In just 3 days, Lu Ming had left the Cloud Emperor mountain range and entered another region. Qianjiang Water Region. The Qianjiang Water Region was a region close to the Cloud Emperor mountain range. It was several times bigger than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. It was extremely vast and there were hundreds of empires with countless people. Among them, the strongest empire was the Qianjiang Empire. It was a high-level empire and was extremely powerful. Jian Fengyun had trained in the Qianjiang Water Region. The terrain of the Qianjiang Water Region was completely different from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The Cloud Emperor mountain range had many large peaks and steep terrain. As for the Thousand Rivers Water Region, the terrain was flat and the rivers flowed rapidly. On the vast land, there were countless large rivers. Lu Ming was above a large river and he was dumbfounded. The reason for that was because the river was simply too wide. Looking down from 10,000 meters above, the river was at least 100 miles wide. If it were not for Lu Ming's amazing eyesight, he would not have been able to see the end. As for the length, it was impossible to estimate. On the river, there were many large ships sailing on the water. It is indeed unique. Looking at the endless river, Lu Ming felt his mind open and he was in a good mood. Chapter 368. Whoosh whoosh, the vortex in his dantian started to spin at an even faster speed. The spiritual qi from all directions started to gather towards Lu Ming. After a while, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and a sound similar to that of a surging river could be heard from his body. An aura that was twice as strong as before burst out. However, in the next moment, it quickly subsided. Early 5th Martial Ancestor Realm. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of 4th Martial Ancestor Realm a few months ago. In the past few months, he had been polishing his genuine qi and solidifying his foundation. He had already reached the perfect realm. Just now, when his mind was relaxed and his mind was at ease, his cultivation naturally broke through without any hindrance or difficulty. Now, with my strength, where do I rank on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard? A faint smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. With a flash of his figure, Lu Ming flew forward at high speed along the river. Look, it's a martial ancestor. In the river, there were shadows of sails. When the people on the boats saw Lu Ming, they shouted loudly. A martial ancestor realm expert, even in the Qianjiang Water Region, was a high and mighty figure. What a young martial ancestor. I want to be like him. Some teenagers looked enviously at Lu Ming, who was in the sky. These people did not attract Lu Ming's attention. He sped up and the boundless river passed under his feet. The river was endless. Lu Ming had already flown along the river for 100,000 miles, but he still had not reached the end. Along the way, there were countless tributaries. Countless people had built empires near the river. Lu Ming guessed that the river was one of the main rivers in the Qianjiang Water Region. It was said that the Qianjiang Water Region had as many as 18 main rivers and countless tributaries. Splash splash. At that moment, there was a violent tumbling sound from the river below and water splashed everywhere. The waves rolled and Lu Ming saw countless fish in the waves. There were all kinds of fish jumping around. Some of the fish were dozens of meters long and extremely large. They exuded a powerful aura. They were clearly some fish-type demonic beasts. These fish-type demonic beasts were actually swimming side by side towards the front of the river. Lu Ming was very curious and followed these fish-type demonic beasts. The further they went, the more surprised Lu Ming became. This was because there were more and more fish in the river. There were even many prawns, turtles, and other aquatic creatures. They formed a line and swam forward. What's ahead? Why are there so many aquatic creatures here? Lu Ming pondered, his heart filled with curiosity. After traveling for about 1,000 miles, Lu Ming saw a tributary. Although it was called a tributary, it was actually about 100 miles wide. From this branch, a large number of aquatic creatures also swam out and joined the team. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming saw a middle-aged man and woman flying in the air. Just like him, they were following the water tribe. The middle-aged man and woman also saw Lu Ming. Their eyes flashed, but they didn't speak. Lu Ming was even more certain that there was a problem ahead. After traveling for another 10,000 miles, the aquatic creatures in the river were already densely packed. There were also dozens of martial artists in the sky. Those who could fly in the air were all martial Dao grandmasters without exception. It seems that the Dragon Gate is going to appear again. I wonder where it will appear this time. There were a few young people in the sky. One of them whispered. Lu Ming's ears twitched. Naturally, he heard every word. It's hard to say. The Dragon Gate is also known as the Heaven's Gate. It's extremely mysterious. The water area that appears every time is different and the time is not fixed. It's our opportunity to encounter it this time. We must seize it. Senior Brother Pan is right. It's said that when the Heaven's Gate appears, it will emit an extremely mysterious aura. People in that area will often be able to think more actively, especially their comprehension of force. This time, I must seize the opportunity to break through to greater success in my force of water. Senior Brother, I heard that the Heaven's Gate will spew out all kinds of treasures. Is that true? It's true. Legend has it that the Heaven's Gate is extremely mysterious and connects to an extremely ancient and powerful world. Every time the Heaven's Gate appears, the precious items of that world will spew out. Perhaps these secrets weren't rare in the Thousand Rivers water region. Therefore, when the young people were discussing, they didn't deliberately hide it. Lu Ming heard everything clearly. Dragon Gate? Heaven's Gate? There's actually such a mysterious thing? Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. He was even more curious and followed them all the way. After about a few thousand miles, the aquatic creatures in the river stopped. There was a huge intersection in front of them. 3 gigantic rivers that were 1,000 miles wide converged, forming an even wider river that flowed into the distance. At the intersection of the 3 rivers, there was a huge vortex. The river water spun like a funnel. The vortex was extremely huge and had a diameter of at least a few hundred miles. At the other 2 rivers, there were also a large number of aquatic creatures and martial artists. There should be about 100 martial artists in total. Rumble. Suddenly, a violent roar came from the vortex. In the river, countless aquatic creatures made different noises. All of them stared at the whirlpool with awe and respect. Every time the Heaven's Gate appears, it will attract a large number of aquatic creatures. These aquatic creatures are really stupid. They're really thinking of leaping over the Dragon Gate. A burly man laughed. The others also smiled faintly. Obviously, they weren't surprised. Rumble. At this moment, the sound from the vortex became louder. It seemed that a huge creature was about to emerge from it. Boom! In the next moment, the ground shook violently and something really rushed out from it. It was actually a mountain. A mountain peak emerged from the vortex. At first, it was the peak of the mountain, then the mountainside. Gradually, the bottom of the mountain was revealed. A huge mountain peak appeared at the intersection of the 3 rivers, causing a large amount of river water to flow to both sides. Buzz! At this moment, the mountain peak shook and a powerful aura spread out from the mountainside. A huge stone gate appeared on the mountainside. The Heaven's Gate has appeared! Someone shouted. Lu Ming was also shocked. He looked at the mountainside from dozens of miles away. The stone gate was 100 meters tall and a hazy light spread out. Go up! Someone shouted and flew toward the mountain peak. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. He followed the crowd and flew to the mountain peak. He stopped at the mountainside and then ran toward the stone gate. However, when he was about 1,000 meters away from the stone gate, Lu Ming felt a powerful force acting on his body. This force was no ordinary force. It was a force that was very similar to the force of heaven and earth. However, it was many times more powerful than the force. Is this the power of the great path of heaven and earth? Lu Ming was shocked. He could sense an incomparably mysterious and all-encompassing aura within it. It seemed to contain countless forces and mysteries of heaven and earth. Bang! Chapter 369. Blocking with force, true qi is useless. Someone shouted. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, all kinds of forces burst out. Wind, fire, metal, wood, mountain, thunder, water, etc. Lu Ming discovered that among these people, most of them had comprehended the water force. It probably had something to do with the environment of the Thousand River domain. Only by blocking with force could one move forward. Some martial arts grandmasters who had not comprehended the force directly knelt when they were 1,000 meters away. Those martial arts grandmasters who had comprehended the entry-level force could walk within 900 meters. Those who had comprehended the force at the early stage of lesser success could walk 800 meters. Those who had comprehended the force at the mid-stage of lesser success could walk 700 meters. Every time one's force was stronger, they could get closer to the gate of heaven. However, Lu Ming stood 1,000 meters away and did not move. He was comprehending carefully. He felt that the last palm of the 3 Tao palms, the heavenly palm, was very similar to the gate of heaven's aura. Heavenly Tao, the great Tao of heaven and earth. I see. After comparing the heavenly palm with the gate of heaven's aura, Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. He finally figured out a bit of the heaven's path palm. The heavenly palm was said to be infinitely close to a heaven-level martial skill once it was mastered. However, very few people in history could master it as it was too difficult. Lu Ming had been cultivating for a long time but still could not find a way. At this moment, a door seemed to have opened in front of him. This aura, I have to capture this aura and engrave it in my heart. Then, I will reflect it with the heavenly palm. I believe that I will be able to master the heavenly palm soon. Lu Ming's mind raced as he tried to feel the aura with all his heart. After a while, Lu Ming blocked with force and advanced 100 meters, but he quickly retreated. The heavenly Tao aura in front was more intense, but at the same time, it was more difficult to capture and engrave something. 1,000 meters was the most suitable. While Lu Ming was comprehending carefully, 2 figures continued to move forward at the fastest speed. They were 2 old men and they were able to reach a distance of 300 meters. Extreme greater success, they are the Min River monsters. Someone recognized the 2 old men and shouted. Obviously, the 2 old men were very famous. Lu Ming took a closer look and discovered that their cultivations had reached the peak 8th layer martial ancestor realm. If I can comprehend it within 300 meters, the effect will be the best. Moreover, when the divine gate spits out treasures later, the closer I am to it, the higher my chances of obtaining it. Some people were extremely envious. Everyone did their best to get closer to the heavenly gate. That way, their gains would be greater. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure came from afar. In an instant, he arrived at the mountain and continued to rush towards the heaven's gate. He was a young man in his 20s. A powerful aura erupted from his body, and his speed was extremely fast. Soon, he was within 300 meters. Who is this person? How could his aura be so powerful? You don't even know Li Qiushui? What? He's Li Qiushui, ranked 78th on the 1,000 River Top 100 list? Someone was shocked. You two old fellows, scram. As soon as Li Qiushui stepped within 300 meters, she looked coldly at the Min River monsters. The Min River freaks' faces sank. One of them said, Li Qiushui, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean? I'm asking you to scram. Within 300 meters, I'm the only one left. Li Qiushui sneered. Li Qiushui, isn't your appetite too big? I'm afraid you can't handle it, right? The Min River monsters said in a deep voice. Can't handle it? Just the two of you? You're not worthy. Li Qiushui was domineering. Li Qiushui, you might be a genius, but we brothers aren't afraid of you. The Min River monsters wouldn't give in so easily. If you don't scram, only death awaits you. Li Qiushui's eyes suddenly turned cold. Whoosh! A sword light broke through the air and charged towards the Min River monsters. Do you think we're afraid of you? The Min River monsters roared and used all their strength to resist. Boom! Boom! In just 5 to 6 moves, the Min River monsters trembled violently and retreated continuously. On their bodies, there was an additional sword wound that was so deep that their bones could be seen. SSS, gasps could be heard from the audience. The famous Min River monsters were injured in just 5 to 6 moves from Li Qiushui. Wasn't Li Qiushui too powerful? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and a trace of seriousness appeared in the depths of his eyes. He could clearly see that Li Qiushui's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th martial grandmaster realm. The Min River monsters were 2 levels higher than him, but they were injured in just 5 to 6 moves. Li Qiushui's ability to fight across levels had already exceeded 2 levels. Generally speaking, it was the limit for those exceptional geniuses in the martial grandmaster realm to fight across 2 levels. Geniuses like the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun tribe and those geniuses at the bottom of the Emperor Yun leaderboard could only fight across 2 levels. Those geniuses at the bottom of the Emperor Yun leaderboard had a much higher cultivation than the other geniuses, which was why they were on the Emperor Yun leaderboard. The top 10 geniuses on the Emperor Yun leaderboard were even more powerful. Not only did they have a higher cultivation, but their ability to fight across levels was also stronger. For example, Blue Cloud Dao and the others had the ability to fight across levels. They were 2 levels above, but not 3. They were between 2 and 3 levels. Lu Ming speculated that Jian Fengyun might be able to fight across 3 levels. Li Qiushui was able to fight across 2 to 3 levels. Lu Ming speculated that his combat strength was no weaker than Blue Cloud Dao and the other geniuses at the top of the Emperor Yun leaderboard. However, Li Qiushui was only ranked 78th on the top 100 list of the Qianjiang Water region. The top 100 list of the Qianjiang Water region had the same meaning as the Emperor Yun leaderboard. It listed the top 100 geniuses in the Qianjiang Water region. Being ranked 78th was already so powerful. Lu Ming had a deeper understanding of the other regions. If you don't get lost, you'll die. Li Qiushui was extremely cold. The Min River monsters' faces were extremely ugly. They gritted their teeth and retreated from the 300-meter area to the 400-meter area. Ha ha ha, young Master Li Qiushui is indeed powerful. At that moment, there was a loud laugh. A red-haired man quickly ran toward the heavenly gate, emitting a powerful aura. He didn't stop until he reached the 300-meter area. It's the red-haired water demon. Someone exclaimed. Li Qiushui's eyes turned gloomy. He looked at the red-haired water demon and didn't say anything. The red-haired water demon's cultivation had reached the early stage of the martial ancestor realm. He wasn't confident that he could defeat him. The red-haired water demon wasn't afraid of Li Qiushui. He stood in the 300-meter area and looked at the heavenly gate with fiery eyes. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Success! He had succeeded in engraving a faint wisp of Heaven's Path Qi. As long as he thought carefully, he would recall the faint Heaven's Path Qi. Although it was faint, it should be enough for him to practice the Heaven's Path Palm. It's time to comprehend the force. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He then strode forward. He didn't stop. 800 meters, 700 meters, 500 meters, Lu Ming kept walking toward the 300-meter area. Bam! Finally, Lu Ming stepped into the 300-meter area. Chapter 370. Everyone's attention was focused on Lu Ming. Then, there was a heated discussion. Who is he? How can he reach the 300-meter zone? How dare he reach the 300-meter zone? Isn't he afraid that Li Qiushui will kill him? Could he be a genius on the 1,000 River Top 100 list? I don't know. I have never seen him before. I have never seen him in the top 100 list during the Imperial Sky Divine Guard preliminaries. He shouldn't be a genius on the 1,000 River Top 100 list. Many people whispered to each other and looked at Lu Ming curiously. Li Qiushui's face darkened as he looked coldly at Lu Ming. Brat, this is not a place for you to stay. Get out if you don't want to die. Li Qiushui said coldly. He was already furious that the red-haired water demon had stepped into this zone. Now, another person had come and he was so young. You keep asking people to get lost. I want to know, if an expert stronger than you comes and asks you to get lost, I wonder what kind of expression you will have. Lu Ming curled his lips and smiled faintly. What if? I am the strongest here. That is the truth. Li Qiushui looked coldly at Lu Ming. You are the strongest? You really know how to flatter yourself. Lu Ming sneered. Does that mean you have the confidence to fight with me? I would like to see where you get your confidence from. Clang. As soon as Li Qiushui finished speaking, a sword light that was as white as the Milky Way slashed out from his hand. It was as fast as lightning, like an immortal flying from the heavens. Lu Ming sneered as the demon banishing spear appeared in his hand. He swayed it and went forward. If Lu Ming had not broken through to the 5th realm of the martial ancestor realm, he might not be a match for Li Qiushui, who was on par with Blue Cloud. But now, he wanted to test his combat strength. Boom! The spear radiance and the sword chi clashed and there was a violent explosion. Both of them retreated as the force spread out. So you do have some strength. Let's see how many strikes you can take. Boundless Autumn Water Sword. Chi, sword chi like the Milky Way of the 9 heavens appeared one after another, slashing towards Lu Ming. Windfire Slaughter. Lu Ming's spear shook and the power of wind and fire fused together. Spear lights shot out and collided with the sword chi. Intense explosions rang out in the air. All around, the crowd watched in shock. They did not expect that Lu Ming could actually fight Li Qiushui to a draw. There isn't such a person in the 1,000 River Top 100 list. Could it be that this person is a hidden genius and did not participate in the preliminaries? It shouldn't be possible. Which young genius wouldn't be tempted by the Empyrean Divine Guard's preliminaries? Putting aside the fact that after becoming an Empyrean Divine Guard, one would be able to cultivate in the Empyrean Divine Palace's branch palace. There would be endless benefits. It said that there would be great opportunities in the preliminaries as well. Who would miss it? That's true. Could he be a genius from another region? Very likely. While the others were discussing, not far away, the red-haired water demon's expression was also extremely grave. Even with his early 9th realm martial ancestor realm cultivation, he did not dare to be careless. Boom boom, the two of them exchanged dozens of blows, but it was still hard to determine the victor. Take my final move, Autumn Water's River Sword. Li Qiushui roared as a terrifying aura spread out. A river appeared and revolved around him. Lu Ming could see clearly that this river was formed by the convergence of sword auras. Endless sword auras condensed into a river. Kill! Li Qiushui roared as the river rushed towards Lu Ming. This was Li Qiushui's strongest move. It was extremely powerful. There was once an early 9th realm martial ancestor realm martial artist who was severely injured by this move and was almost killed. So powerful. If that brat doesn't have any trump cards, he's finished. the red-haired water demon thought. The other spectators had similar thoughts as well. Their eyes were wide open as they stared fixedly. They wanted to see how Lu Ming was going to counter this move. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness as he suddenly soared into the sky. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. There was a mysterious fluctuation coming from Lu Ming's body as he suddenly took a step forward. There was a faint dragon roar. Boom! Lu Ming's step seemed to carry the might of heaven and earth as a terrifying fluctuation spread out from Lu Ming's feet. Boom! The 9 dragons' heaven-ascending steps and Li Qiushui's sword Qi River collided heavily. The heaven and earth shook violently as the force swept out. But for some reason, under the aura of the Heaven's Gate, it only spread out a few meters before dissipating. The force that could destroy a mountain did not cause much of a stir under the Heaven's Gate. Huff huff, the force dissipated as Li Qiushui retreated a dozen steps while Lu Ming flew backwards. They were evenly matched. The rest of the people looked at Lu Ming in shock. Vaguely, there was a hint of awe in their eyes. Obviously, they had already treated Lu Ming and Li Qiushui as geniuses of the same level. The geniuses of the Thousand River region are indeed powerful. He is only ranked 78th. No wonder Jian Fengyun said that he was injured by a genius ranked 18th in the Thousand River region. Lu Ming thought to himself and was shocked. He did not know that Li Qiushui's heart was in turmoil as he was extremely shocked. Lu Ming was only at the early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm 5. It was unbelievable that he could fight him to a standstill. He was a genius who could fight across more than 2 levels. In that case, wouldn't Lu Ming be able to fight across 4 levels? Li Qiushui had never heard of someone who could fight across 4 levels in the Martial Ancestor Realm. Even the monster ranked first in the Thousand River Top 100 list might not be able to fight across 4 levels. Where did this genius come from? How can he be so terrifying? Li Qiushui thought quickly as killing intent flickered in his eyes. However, he did not continue to attack. He stood aside and looked at Lu Ming cautiously. Lu Ming did not attack either as he looked at the Heaven's Gate. At that moment, the aura in the Heaven's Gate was getting thicker. There were already people sitting cross-legged as they started to comprehend the aura. This aura contains the Tao of heaven and earth. Let me comprehend the force of wind first. Lu Ming pondered. He then sat cross-legged and started to comprehend the force of wind. Of course, he paid attention to his surroundings. If anyone attacked him, he could retaliate at any time. However, no one attacked him. Li Qiushui's eyes flickered but he did not attack. He also sat cross-legged and started to comprehend. Brat, when my force breaks through, it will be your death date. Li Qiushui thought viciously. Slowly, the place became silent. Most of the people started to comprehend and cultivate. Not long after, someone was overjoyed. It was obvious that he had gained something. Force of wind. There was wind blowing around Lu Ming's body. It was light and ethereal. Lu Ming successfully found the Tao of wind in the aura of the Heaven's Gate. Suddenly, his comprehension of the wind increased rapidly. Around his body, wisps of green wind were rotating. It was sometimes slow and sometimes fast. Half an hour later, the force of wind around Lu Ming suddenly withdrew and disappeared. Lu Ming opened his eyes and there was a smile in his eyes. His force of wind had successfully broken through to the Great Achievement Realm. It was at the same level as the force of fire and the two were in balance. Chapter 371. Continue. Immediately, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the force of wind. He wanted the force of wind to catch up with the force of fire. This way, the combination of the two forces could unleash the strongest power. Under the Heaven Gate, his comprehension of the force of wind could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. Half an hour later, the force of wind went from the early stage to the middle stage. Another half an hour later, the force of wind broke through to the late stage and was only one step away from the limit of the great accomplishment. Boom! At this moment, there was a rumble not far away. Lu Ming sensed a powerful aura rippling from Li Qiushui's body. That was force. Li Qiushui's force was several times stronger than before. The force of water had reached perfection. Ha ha ha. Li Qiushui stood up and laughed heartily to the sky. An extremely powerful force radiated from his body and filled the entire place, forming a powerful pressure. Those who were in the midst of comprehending were all alarmed and stopped cultivating. Li Qiushui's force has broken through and reached perfection. This is too shocking. This time, his ranking on the 1000 River Top 100 list will increase greatly. Many people were discussing in shock. Force, from the great accomplishment to perfection, was too difficult. Many geniuses were stuck at this step and were stuck for their entire lives. Perfection represented perfection, and its power was much greater than that of great success. Kid, you didn't leave just now. Now, you don't have the chance. Li Qiushui looked at Lu Ming with cold killing intent in his eyes. His force had broken through perfection and his combat power had increased greatly. Now, he was confident that he could be ranked in the top 40 of the 1000 River Top 100 list or even higher. Killing Lu Ming was a piece of cake. Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile as he stood up slowly. He wanted to test the power of the force of wind and fire. The two looked at each other and their powerful auras clashed, forming a powerful pressure. The red-haired water demon watched from the side with a serious expression. Buzz! At this moment, the heaven gate hundreds of meters away let out a rumble and shook violently. Rumble. The entire mountain peak shook violently. The heaven gate is going to spit out treasures. Someone shouted. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the heavenly gate with burning eyes. I'll let you off for now. Li Qiushui sneered. He retracted his aura and looked at the heaven gate. Let me go. There was a faint smile at the corners of Lu Ming's mouth. Wang. At this moment, the gate of heaven shook again. In the middle of the gate of heaven, it was misty, like chaos, and no one could see what was inside. Suddenly, a few figures of light flew out of the gate of heaven. As soon as they left the gate of heaven, they made a violent sound of breaking through the air and flew into the distance. His speed was so fast that he covered a distance of several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Those are a few broken weapons. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he clearly saw the true bodies of these figures. These light shadows were actually a few broken weapons. There were 4 of them in total. It was a battle sword, but the tip of the sword was broken. There was only half of a saber. There was also a spear, but the tail had disappeared, leaving only the tip of the spear. The last one was half an iron rod. Whoosh! Whoosh! Li Qiushui and the red-haired water demon pounced towards the broken weapons without hesitation. Li Qiushui pounced towards the broken sword, while the red-haired water demon pounced towards the half-saber. Lu Ming didn't stop either as he pounced towards the half-spear. Although the half-spear was fast, Lu Ming was even faster. In an instant, he was close to the half-spear. Wang! Just as Lu Ming extended his palm and was about to grab the spear trembled. A blurry figure rushed out from the spear, and an aura of Bi-Ni under the heavens erupted. This figure was incomparably tall, like a broken shadow. It couldn't be seen clearly at all. One could barely see that he was holding a spear and thrusting it towards Lu Ming. It was terrifyingly powerful. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Lu Ming didn't hesitate as he took a step forward and clashed with the spear. Bang! There was a violent explosion. Lu Ming felt his feet go numb, and he couldn't help but take 3 steps back. As for that figure, it began to tremble. Then, with a bang, it collapsed and disappeared. Lu Ming's eyes moved. True qi gushed out and wrapped around the half-spear, and he held it in his hand. The spear was pitch black, and it could be seen that it was densely covered with saber and sword marks. It had obviously gone through a fierce battle. At the same time, an ancient and desolate aura spread out from the spear, full of the aura of time. I don't know how long this spear has gone through, but the spear still contains a trace of the spear's owner's inextinguishable fighting spirit. It's really amazing. I wonder what kind of existence the owner of this spear was. Lu Ming looked at the spear and sighed secretly. The half-spear had gone through too much time and had lost its spirituality. However, the material of the spear was extraordinary. Lu Ming couldn't see what material it was made of. He gripped the spear tightly, and there wasn't a trace of a mark on it. After all, it came from the gate of heaven. I'll keep it first. With a move of his hand, he kept the half-spear. In the other direction, the broken saber and the broken sword had all kinds of strange phenomena, but they were all defeated by Li Qiushui and the red-haired water demon. As for the half-iron rod, it flew far away. Under the siege of more than 10 experts, it was finally taken away by a burly man. Buzz! At this moment, the gate of heaven shook again. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 light figures flew out. Lu Ming looked and was surprised. This time, it was actually 2 pieces of dried branches. 2 pieces of black dried branches. Swoosh! 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 Without any hesitation, the red-haired water demon, Lu Ming, and Li Qiushui pounced on the 2 pieces of dried branches like lightning. Get lost! Li Qiushui and the red-haired water demon were closer. Li Qiushui shouted coldly, and a dazzling sword light, as white as the Milky Way, cut through the void and slashed at the red-haired water demon. The power of the perfect stage was extremely terrifying. The red-haired water demon shouted angrily and did not dare to take it head-on. He quickly retreated. Li Qiushui reached out and grabbed the dried branch in his hand. On the other side, the red-haired water demon retreated and missed the time. Lu Ming also grabbed the other dried branch in his hand. This dried branch was black as if it had been burnt. It did not have the slightest vitality, as if it was really a dried branch. But considering the wonders of the gate of heaven, Lu Ming still kept it. Kid, hand over that dried branch. Quick, hand it to me. Li Qiushui's eyes were cold as he looked at Lu Ming and scolded with a commanding tone. Why don't you fucking take a piss and look in the mirror? Who do you think you are? Trash, and you want me to hand over the dried branch? You must be dreaming. Lu Ming glanced at Li Qiushui and said coldly. Li Qiushui's face immediately turned green. His eyes were extremely cold and murderous. He said, Kid, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because we were tied. Now, I'll let you know the power of the perfect stage. Boom! A powerful aura exploded from Li Qiushui's body. Boom! At this moment, the gate of heaven shook again. Another thing spurted out from the stone gate. Chapter 372. Whoosh! The stone egg flew into the distance. It's mine! Li Qiushui shouted and pounced towards the stone egg with a flash. Yours? Are you dreaming? Lu Ming sneered and pounced towards the stone egg. At the same time, the red-haired water demon's expression changed and pounced towards the stone egg. Courting death. Li Qiushui shouted and slashed towards Lu Ming and the red-haired water demon. Boom! Boom! There were 2 booming sounds and the red-haired water demon retreated backward. However, Lu Ming did not move at all. Li Qiushui's expression changed. Is this the power of the perfected force? It's just a so-so. Get lost. Lu Ming sneered and then shouted. His spear shook and the great success wind and fire force merged and drew towards Li Qiushui. Boundless autumn water sword. Li Qiushui slashed out and the perfected force of water erupted. Clang! The spear and the battle sword clashed. Instantly, Li Qiushui's expression changed. Lu Ming's attack was like a hot knife through butter. Li Qiushui's perfected force of water was forced to retreat. How could this be? Li Qiushui let out a roar of disbelief. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His force had already broken through to the perfected stage and its power had increased by several times. Lu Ming's force was still at the great success stage. How could it be stronger than his? This was too unbelievable and Li Qiushui could not accept it. Bang! Li Qiushui's body was sent flying and he retreated dozens of meters. His face was pale. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the stone egg. The moment he grabbed it, Lu Ming's hand trembled slightly and his expression changed. Heavy. This stone egg was unbelievably heavy. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation level and the strength of his physical body, he could even lift something that weighed 1,000,000 pounds with one hand. But this stone egg could make Lu Ming's hand tremble. Its weight was definitely not less than 1,000,000 jin. A stone egg that was the size of a human head actually weighed 1,000,000 jin. This was simply unbelievable. The stone egg was not round but oval. It was very similar to an ordinary animal egg. Wait, this is... Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He felt that there was a wisp of life aura in the stone egg. Although this wisp of life aura was extremely weak and could be ignored, it was indeed a wisp of life aura. Could this really be a living creature's egg? It's still alive? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was shocked. A living creature's egg weighing 1,000,000 jin. What kind of living creature's egg was this egg? Lu Ming's imagination. Ah! Die. Die for me. Autumn water sword technique. At this moment, Li Qiushui roared and a river of sword aura blasted toward Lu Ming. This was Li Qiushui's killer move. It was much stronger than before. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. He moved his hands, wanting to keep the stone egg in his storage ring. With no time to think, Lu Ming took a step forward with the stone egg in his hand. 9 Dragon Sky Stomping Steps. The 9 Dragon Sky Stomping Steps had merged the power of wind and fire. This was Lu Ming's strongest killing move. Bam! Lu Ming crushed Li Qiushui's river of sword aura with a single step. The immense force did not stop there and blasted on Li Qiushui's body. Crack, crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Li Qiushui let out a blood-curdling scream as blood spurted from his mouth. His body flew out a few thousand meters like a cannonball. Brat, don't let me meet you in the Divine Guard selection. Otherwise, I will make sure you die a horrible death. A furious roar filled with killing intent could be heard from afar. The voice was getting further and further away. Li Qiushui took this opportunity to escape. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he did not give chase. Li Qiushui's combat strength was not much weaker than his. Although he was injured, it was not fatal. Now that he was running for his life, it would not be easy for Lu Ming to catch up to him. The others were dumbfounded. They were all guessing which region Lu Ming was from for him to be so powerful. Li Qiushui's power had reached the great perfection stage. He would definitely be in the top 40 of the Qianjiang Water region's top 100 list. With such combat strength, he was actually kicked by Lu Ming to the point where he vomited blood and fled for his life. Some of the elders sighed. It was really a case of the new generation replacing the old. Buzz. At this moment, the heavenly gate continued to tremble. However, to Lu Ming's disappointment, nothing was spurting out anymore. After a while, nothing was spurting out anymore. Many people were also disappointed. Most of them came here this time. Other than using the aura of the heavenly gate to comprehend their power, they did not gain anything else. They looked at Lu Ming. This time, it was no doubt that Lu Ming had gained the most. He had obtained a total of 3 things. Half an hour later, the mountain started to tremble violently. The heavenly gate is disappearing. Someone shouted. Everyone flew away from the mountain and stood in the air. Rumble. The mountain shook, and a huge whirlpool formed under the river. The mountain was slowly disappearing. After a while, the mountain and the heavenly gate disappeared completely in the whirlpool. The river regained its calmness. As for the aquatic creatures in the river, they all dived into the water and disappeared. Let's go. Seeing that the heavenly gate had disappeared, many people left. Soon, only Lu Ming was left. This stone egg can't be stored in a storage ring? Looking at the stone egg in his hand, Lu Ming was amazed. Can the Temple of Paragon be stored in it? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. No living creatures could be stored in the Temple of Paragon, except for himself. This stone egg also had the aura of life. He wondered if he could store it in it. With a thought, the stone egg disappeared. It can be stored in it. Lu Ming was overjoyed. If the Temple of Paragon could not be stored in it, Lu Ming was speechless. He could not possibly carry a stone egg that weighed millions of pounds around all day, right? Let's find a place to study it. Lu Ming's figure flashed and disappeared. An hour later, in a quiet place thousands of miles away, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and took out the half of the spear. After studying it carefully, he found that the half of the spear had no other reaction except that it was extremely hard. Lu Ming was a little disappointed. He put away the spear and took out the withered branch. The withered branch was as black as ink, as if it had been burnt. There was no aura of life. However, it had one thing in common with the spear. It was extremely hard. No matter what Lu Ming did, he could not leave a mark on it. It was just a withered branch, but it was so extraordinary. Lu Ming was shocked. He kept it carefully. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. Finally, he took out the stone egg. After sensing it carefully, there was indeed a weak aura of life. It was very faint. If he did not sense it carefully, he would not have noticed it. What on earth was in there? Was it really an egg? Or was there a living creature sealed inside? Lu Ming guessed, letting his imagination run wild. Let's inject true qi and see. Then, Lu Ming injected true qi into the stone egg, but there was no effect. Then, he took out spiritual herbs and spiritual crystals, refined the essence inside, and injected it into the stone egg. Still, there was no change. Chapter 373. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only give up. I'd better comprehend the heavenly palm. Lu Ming memorized a trace of Heaven's Gate's aura in his mind and used it to corroborate with the heavenly palm to comprehend the heavenly palm. This cultivation was indeed very effective. Lu Ming's comprehension of the heavenly palm deepened greatly. Although it was impossible to cultivate it successfully in a short period of time, as long as he persevered, Lu Ming believed that it would not be long before he succeeded. A few hours later, Lu Ming continued to move and rushed towards the Myriad Star City according to the map. A few days later, Lu Ming left the Thousand River region and came to another region. This region was called the Eight Desolation Swamp region. The Eight Desolation Swamp region, as its name suggested, was filled with swamps of various sizes. The small ones were like ponds, while the large ones spanned tens of thousands of miles or even hundreds of thousands of miles. In the swamps, there were all kinds of creatures, most of which were poisonous. Similarly, in the Eight Desolation Swamp region, there were also martial artists who established kingdoms. Most of them cultivated poisonous techniques, and their overall strength was even stronger than the Thousand River region. Lu Ming flew in the air, secretly amazed by the wonders of nature. Just like that, Lu Ming hurried along. When he was tired or felt something, he would stop to cultivate. Sometimes he comprehended the heavenly palm, sometimes he comprehended the force of wind and fire, and sometimes he comprehended the second step of the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. Therefore, his speed was not very fast. A journey that would have taken a month took him more than 2 months, almost 3 months. When he arrived at the Myriad Star City, there were still 5 days before the selection of the Empyrean Divine Guards. Along the way, his comprehension of the heavenly palm deepened day by day, and he was not far from succeeding. In addition, the force of wind had also broken through and reached the limit of greater mastery. It was on par with the force of fire, but it was still very difficult to break through to perfection. The slowest progress was the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. He still had not succeeded in cultivating the second step. This is the Myriad Star City. When Lu Ming stood at the foot of an incomparably huge mountain and looked up at the sky, he was extremely shocked. What appeared in front of him was an incomparably huge mountain that occupied at least a few hundred miles. This mountain was different from an ordinary mountain. The base of a normal mountain peak was the widest. The higher one went, the narrower the peak would be. However, the mountain peak was like a stone stick. The foot of the mountain, the middle of the mountain and the peak were all the same width. It towered straight into the sky, reaching a height of 10,000 meters, and disappeared into the clouds. And the Myriad Star City was built on this mountain peak. However, this was not what shocked Lu Ming. What shocked Lu Ming was the size of Myriad Star City. The area of the Myriad Star City was more than 10 times larger than the area of this mountain. This mountain was only a small part of the middle of the Myriad Star City. Most of the area of the Myriad Star City was suspended in the air, which was thousands of miles wide. The mountain peak and the Myriad Star City were like an umbrella. The mountain peak was the pole, and the Myriad Star City was the umbrella. The Myriad Star City, which was thousands of miles long and wide, covered the sky and the sun, casting a large shadow on the ground. Lu Ming's eyes were sharp. He discovered that on top of the steep mountain, there were many suspension bridges. Those were for people below the martial ancestor realm to get on and off. Wuzongs could directly fly in. Lu Ming soared into the air and flew towards the Myriad Star City. The closer he got to the Myriad Star City, the more he felt the majesty of the city. The surrounding city walls, which were thousands of meters tall, were pitch black. Densely packed inscriptions were carved on them. There were no soldiers guarding the city walls. However, there was an incomparably horrifying aura spreading out. It was only one side of the city walls, but Lu Ming could already feel hundreds of powerful auras. These auras were so strong that each one was not weaker than the overlords of the Blazing Sun Empire like Yan Quan and Lin Shui. Half-step kings. These auras were actually all half-step kings. Among them, there were a few auras that were as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. They were majestic, many times stronger than half-step kings. Lu Ming only sensed a little, and he felt a horrifying pressure that made it difficult for him to breathe. King-level aura, these are definitely peerless martial king experts. Lu Ming was astonished. At the same time, he was also astonished. The Myriad Star City was indeed worthy of being the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's branch in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. Its strength was simply too strong. It was said that the entire Myriad Star City was built by the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's peerless experts. This was only one side of the city wall. Compared to the entire Myriad Star City, it was nothing. However, it was already so horrifying. This is the stage for experts. The Blazing Sun Empire is too small. Lu Ming took a deep breath. His eyes sparkled, filled with battle intent. Then, he flew toward one of the gates of the Myriad Star City. There was no one guarding the gate. There was only an inscription array platform. If one wanted to enter the Myriad Star City, they had to pass through the array platform. If an enemy of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace entered, the array platform would sense it. There were many people coming and going at the gate. It was very lively. Of course, those who could enter and leave were all martial masters. After entering the gate, Shaochen arrived at an extremely wide street. The street was 100 meters wide. There were all kinds of rare beasts and martial masters on the street. Most of them were young people. A portion of them were middle-aged, and some were old men and women. As the selection of the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards approached, the geniuses and experts from all over the eastern part of the Tianxian region gathered. Naturally, there were more people. Experts, they were all experts. Lu Ming casually sensed and realized that the people on the street were all experts. Many of the middle-aged and old men were at least in the 8th or 9th stage of the martial ancestor realm. There were even many half-step kings. Half-step kings were the overlords of the Blazing Sun Empire. They were unparalleled. In the intermediate empires, half-step kings were also the overlords. However, they were no longer the strongest. Intermediate empires had kings. In the advanced empires, half-step kings were nothing. They were only peak experts. In a place like the Myriad Star City, half-step kings were only ordinary experts. Only kings were the true experts. As for the young men and women on the street, they were all dragons and phoenixes. They were in high spirits and full of confidence. Every one of them had a powerful aura. Even the weakest one was stronger than Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi. These were all geniuses from all over the eastern part of the Tianxian region. Those who could come here were all geniuses who had passed the preliminaries. None of them were weak. Lu Ming looked left and right, sizing up his surroundings. Soon after, he found a shop and asked the shopkeeper about the location of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Unexpectedly, the shopkeeper thought for a long time before remembering the location of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The reason was that the Cloud Emperor mountain range was too small. Therefore, he didn't have a deep impression of it. Lu Ming followed the shopkeeper's directions and spent more than an hour to find the Cloud Emperor mountain range's courtyard. Every region in the Myriad Star City had a courtyard. It was managed by the elder of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace in that region. It was convenient for the geniuses of that region to gather. The courtyard was quite big, enough for thousands of people to live in. Lu Ming walked into the courtyard and registered. Naturally, someone led him to his room. Chapter 374. In the courtyard, Lu Ming realized that a portion of the Cloud Emperor mountain range's geniuses had already arrived. For example, Su Yingying, Wang Kai, and the others. On top of that, Lu Ming also saw Yang Liuji, Yan Feishuan, Blue Cloud, and the others. When they saw Lu Ming, their eyes flashed with killing intent. Lu Ming smiled coldly. If he had the chance, Lu Ming wouldn't mind killing them all. However, Jian Fengyun, Prince Tianxi, Qiu Changkong and the others were nowhere to be seen. After taking a look around, Lu Ming returned to his room and continued to cultivate. A few 100,000 li away from the Myriad Star City, there was a cultivation sacred ground called the 100 Deities Slope. At this moment, Qiu Changkong walked out from the 100 Deities Slope with messy hair. His aura was several times stronger than before. Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to die this time. Qiu Changkong said in a cold voice, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Also, Jian Fengyun of the Cloud Emperor leaderboard, it's time to give up the first place. Qiu Changkong had been cultivating at the 100 Deities Slope for a few months and his cultivation had improved greatly. Even his force had broken through to the Great Circle. Whoosh! An old man suddenly appeared beside Qiu Changkong. Master. Qiu Changkong immediately bowed respectfully. Changkong, although your cultivation is good, you're still not considered top-notch among the geniuses in the Tianxian region. There are still many uncertainties in joining the Empyrean Divine Guards. The old man said. There are so many geniuses in the Tianxian region? Qiu Changkong asked in disbelief. With his current cultivation and battle strength, he wasn't even considered top-notch. The Tianxian region's east is vast and your generation is considered a golden age. Geniuses are popping up like bamboo shoots after a rain. It's hard to stand out. The old man sighed and said, however, don't be discouraged. Your talent can be considered top-notch in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. Some people are stronger than you only because they have more resources than you and their cultivation is deeper than you. You won't be weaker than them in a battle of the same level. As long as your cultivation is higher, you might be able to compete with them. The location of the trial is most likely the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. I know of a secret place in the Dongming Ancient Battlefield that contains great fortunate encounters. If you are able to find the fortunate encounter there, your cultivation will improve tremendously, and it's not impossible for you to become one of the top geniuses of the eastern region of the Tianxian region. After saying that, a jade talisman appeared in the elder's hand. He passed it to Qiu Changkong and said, the information about that secret place is in this jade talisman. Take it and have a look. Changkong thanks master. Qiu Changkong was overjoyed. He took the jade talisman and knelt on the ground respectfully, kowtowing to the elder to thank him. Go on. Show off your abilities in the selection of the Tian Divine Guards. The old man said with a smile. Yes. Qiu Changkong expressed his gratitude. He then moved and headed towards the Myriad Star City. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Cloud Emperor's courtyard was bustling with activity. Almost all the geniuses who had passed the preliminaries had arrived. Jian Fengyun, Prince Tian Shi, Zhou Changkong and the others had all shown up. However, Xian Yinxing had yet to arrive. This made Lu Ming a little worried. Previously, Xian Yinxing had said that he would find a place to cultivate in seclusion and would rush over to the Myriad Star City. There were still 2 days before the start of the selection and Xian Yinxing had yet to arrive. Could he have been delayed by something? Although Lu Ming was worried, there was nothing he could do but wait. On this day, the leader of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, old Lu Xiu, gathered everyone together and announced some matters regarding the selection. The selection would be held in an ancient battlefield. This ancient battlefield was called the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. It was considered a plain and was a secret place under the control of the Di Tian Divine Palace. It was filled with dangers and opportunities. There were 3 months of free time inside. In these 3 months, one's overall ability would be tested. This included one's wisdom, courage, combat strength, and opportunities. Opportunities were one's luck. Luck was also one of the most important factors for a martial artist. 3 months later, they would exit from the final exit. There were many checkpoints at the exit to filter out the reserve Di Tian Divine Guards and the official Di Tian Divine Guards. The Di Tian Divine Guards would be selected once every 5 years. The location of the selection was different every time, but it was filled with opportunities and dangers. According to Lu Xiu, the Dongming Ancient Battlefield had not been used for the selection of Di Tian Divine Guards for 100 years. He had no idea what would happen inside. After the announcement, Lu Xiu allowed them to move freely and gather in 2 days. In the following time, they went to various bookstores in the Myriad Star City to look for books that recorded the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. They wanted to know more about the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. The more they knew, the more confident they would be. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. However, there was still no sign of Xian Yinxing. Lu Ming felt anxious and worried. Something must have happened to Xian Yinxing. Otherwise, she would have definitely come and missed the selection of Di Tian Divine Guards. However, Lu Ming did not know where Xian Yinxing had gone. Otherwise, he could have gone to look for her. Let's not worry about that for now. Xian Yinxing is someone who will not be taken advantage of. She might not be in trouble. Let's finish the selection of Di Tian Divine Guards first. Lu Ming pondered. On this day, all the geniuses in the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range gathered in a courtyard of the Cloud Emperor's residence. Out of the 97 people, only Xian Yinxing was missing. Everyone else had arrived. Lu Xiu glanced around and did not say anything. It was normal for there to be fewer people. All right, I'm sure all of you are clear about the rules of the selection. However, let me reiterate. The 3 months in the Dongming Ancient Battlefield are especially important. The Dongming Ancient Battlefield is an ancient land from the primordial era. It is vast and boundless. It is filled with danger, but it is also filled with opportunities. Some people can soar to the sky in these 3 months. Some people will become stepping stones for others and be killed. According to my experience, it is best for all of you to work together after entering the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. This is the safest way. Take these 10,000 miles sound transmitting talismans. Each of you will have one. You can communicate with each other in the Dongming Ancient Battlefield. Lu Xiu took out the 10,000 miles sound transmitting talismans and distributed them to everyone. Thank you, Elder Lu. Everyone thanked Lu Xiu. You don't have to thank me. I only hope that more of you can join the Di Tian Divine Guards. The better your results, the more rewards I will receive. Lu Xiu was very direct and spoke his intentions. This made everyone have a better impression of Lu Xiu. Alright, let's set off now. The entrance to the Dongming Ancient Battlefield is 100,000 miles north of Myriad Star City. After Lu Xiu finished speaking, he soared into the sky. Everyone followed him out of the northern city gate and headed north. At this moment, the situation was the same everywhere in Myriad Star City. Groups of geniuses soared into the sky and headed north. The small number of people was around 100, and there were even dozens of people. The large number of people was in the thousands. Chapter 375. A journey of 100,000 miles was merely a few hours for everyone. The East Ocean Stone Peak was their destination. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, they saw a boundless stone forest. The area was made up of countless stone peaks, and each peak was more than 100 meters tall. The entrance to the East Ocean ancient battlefield is among these stone peaks. The entrance has not opened yet. Lu Xiu explained. The group stopped not far away from the stone peaks and looked at them from afar. At this moment, Shi Feng's surroundings were densely packed with people. Ha ha ha, Lu Xiu, you're early. How many trash have you brought this time? At this moment, an arrogant laugh was heard. Then, swoosh. Swoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as a large group of people flew towards them. There were a lot of people, and Lu Ming saw at least 600 to 700 of them. The leader was a skinny middle-aged man in a black robe. The group stopped not far away from Lu Ming, and the skinny middle-aged man looked at Lu Xiu mockingly. Zhao Sui, it's you? Lu Xiu's face darkened when he saw the skinny man. Huh, what's wrong? Lu Xiu, you don't welcome me? Well, every time you lead the trash from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range to the D Tian Divine Guard selection, you've failed miserably. The Cloud Emperor Mountain Range has not had anyone join the D Tian Divine Guard selection for 2 consecutive years. Compared to the Qianjiang Water region, it's a terrible sight. The skinny man, Zhao Sui, laughed mockingly. Lu Xiu's face darkened. However, Zhao Sui obviously did not want to give up. He looked at the people from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range and clicked his tongue. I didn't expect so many people from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range to pass the preliminaries. Let me see how many there are. TSK, there's still 97 of you. Compared to the 689 people from the Qianjiang Water region, there's only a difference of 500 to 600. Also, Lu Xiu, aren't you too cruel? These 97 people should be all the geniuses of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. If all of them die in the Dongming ancient battlefield, the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range will fall even further. Zhao Sui's triangular eyes scanned the people of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, full of mockery. Zhao Sui, you, Lu Xiu's face was extremely ugly. The faces of the others in the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range turned ugly. Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash actually dares to think that they can pass the selection of the D Tian Divine Guards. They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and are indulging in wild fantasies. In the Thousand Rivers region, some youths also laughed mockingly. The youths from the Qianjiang Water region looked at the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range with disdain. Damn it! Young Master Heavenly Snake, Blue Cloud, Daoist Dao, and the others were all proud and arrogant. How could they endure such contempt? They all gritted their teeth. Kid, it's you? Huh, I finally found you. Suddenly, an enraged roar could be heard from within the water domain. A young man flew out, staring coldly at Lu Ming. Li Qiushui. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This young man was Li Qiushui. It seemed like the other party had already discovered him. Li Qiushui, what are you doing? You ran away so quickly the last time. Are you thanking me for not killing you this time? Lu Ming said with a smile. Kid, you deserve to die. Let's see who can save you this time. Li Qiushui roared. Oh, you can come and try then. Lu Ming looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Junior brother, is the kid you're talking about the trash from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range? At this moment, a young man in a blue robe walked out from behind Li Qiushui and asked indifferently. Senior brother Jiang, that's right. It's him. Not only did he use despicable means to snatch the treasures that I obtained from the Heaven Gate, he even plotted against me and injured me. Li Qiushui said loudly. Despicable means? Plotting against you? Hearing such words, Lu Ming wanted to laugh. Li Qiushui was too shameless. Lu Ming had defeated him head-on, but he said that he had plotted against him. You're indeed from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. You only know how to plot against me. Kid, I'll give you 3 breaths time to hand over the treasures that junior brother Li Qiushue obtained from the Heaven Gate. Then, kneel down and admit your mistake in front of everyone. If so, I'll only cripple your cultivation and spare your life. Senior brother Jiang looked at Lu Ming coldly, speaking as if he was giving alms. Sigh. When is the Dongming battlefield going to open? I'm not in a good mood now that I've been surrounded by a few dogs barking at me. Lu Ming simply ignored senior brother Jiang and swept his gaze across the stone peaks. Senior brother Jiang's face turned pale. Lu Ming dared to ignore him. He was digging his own grave. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from senior brother Jiang's body. A perfect aura was formed. Together with his powerful cultivation, it formed a strong pressure that spread across the entire place. At the Cloud Emperor mountain range, other than Jian Fengyun and Lu Xiu, everyone was shocked. Senior brother Jiang's strength was terrifying. The feeling that he gave off was comparable to Prince Tianxi, who was ranked 2nd on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. Lu Ming's face turned solemn as he looked at senior brother Jiang. Kid, go to hell. You won't even have the chance to beg for mercy now. Senior brother Jiang's face darkened. You talk too much. If you want to fight, let's fight. Lu Ming said coldly. He was fearless. With his current strength, even if he couldn't defeat senior brother Jiang wouldn't be able to stop him if he wanted to leave. Clang! At this moment, a sword chime was heard. A figure suddenly appeared between Lu Ming and senior brother Jiang. It was Jian Fengyun. Jian Fengyun? Senior brother Jiang's face turned solemn when he saw Jian Fengyun. Jian Fengyun had once roamed the Thousand River region and senior brother Jiang had seen him before. There was only one person in the Cloud Emperor mountain range that he was wary of, and that was Jian Fengyun. He didn't care about the others at all. Jiang Chun, today is the day of the selection of the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. Why? Aren't you afraid of offending the big shots of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace by fighting here? Jian Fengyun looked at senior brother Jiang and said coldly. Jian Fengyun, I advise you not to interfere. Otherwise, I won't just leave a scar on your face like the previous time. I'll take your life. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard from the Thousand River region. A handsome young man walked out. Jian Fengyun's face turned solemn when he saw the young man. Back when he was roaming the Thousand River region, he was injured by this person. This person was the 18th genius in the Thousand River region. Jian Fengyun had fought with him for hundreds of moves and was defeated in one move. That was then. Now, I'll win. Jian Fengyun's eyes were like 2 divine swords that were filled with confidence. Win? What a joke. The handsome young man sneered in disdain. A great battle was about to break out. Zhao Sui looked on coldly from the side, waiting to watch a good show. On the other hand, Lu Xiu's face was extremely gloomy. The geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range and the geniuses of the Thousand River region were like eggs hitting a rock. There was no way to compare and the outcome would be miserable. Chapter 376. Boom! Boom! At this moment, several terrifying auras appeared in the sky. They were as unfathomable as the ocean. Everyone was shocked as they looked up and saw 4 figures appear in the sky above the stone peaks. These 4 figures were standing in 4 different directions of the stone peak. Each of them was shining with a bright light. Some were gold, some were red, and some were blue. They couldn't see their real bodies, but their auras were too shocking. Kings, they are kings. The kings have appeared. The entrance to the Dongming ancient battlefield is about to open. Someone shouted. The tense atmosphere between Lu Ming and the geniuses of the Qianjiang water zone eased. Wang! Wang! The 4 kings made their moves. Rays of bright light shot out from their hands and entered the stone peaks. At this moment, the stone peaks glowed and countless inscriptions flashed. Kid, you better hand over those treasures. Otherwise, even if we don't kill you now, you will die once we enter the Dongming ancient battlefield. Li Qiushui looked coldly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming curled his lips and ignored him. Li Qiushui's face turned red. Junior brother Li, why are you talking so much to him? Once we enter the Dongming ancient battlefield, just kill him. Not only do we have to kill him, we have to kill everyone from the Cloud Emperor mountain range until they surrender. Jiang Chun said with a cold smile. That's right, that's what I want. It's time to let these barbarians know how powerful we are. The handsome young man said with a cold smile. Hearing this, the geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range were shocked. There were so many people in the Qianjiang water zone and countless geniuses. If they really attacked them, their trip to the Dongming ancient battlefield would be in danger. Damn it, it's all Lu Ming's fault. Yang Liuji roared in his heart. He wasn't strong enough and would be in trouble if he encountered the experts of the Qianjiang water zone. Go ahead. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Hee, let's wait and see at the Dongming ancient battlefield. At this moment, Zhao Sui laughed coldly and flew to the side. The geniuses of the Qianjiang water zone glanced at them unkindly and followed Zhao Sui to the side. Wang! Wang! At this moment, the countless stone peaks shone even brighter. Countless inscriptions appeared and gathered in the sky, gradually forming a large array. Open! The four martial emperors uttered a roar. Suddenly, the formation condensed, and a black vortex appeared in the sky. This whirlpool was incomparably huge. It covered the boundless stone peak and was incomparably boundless. This is the entrance to the Eastern Underworld ancient battlefield? It's too big. Countless people were dumbfounded. Alright, the Dongming ancient battlefield has opened. You can enter now. An imperious voice came out from one of the emperors. Let's go in. Let's go. Immediately, the crowd flew toward the vortex. Remember, all of you should try your best to enter together. That way, when you arrive at the Dongming ancient battlefield, you will have a higher chance of being teleported to a close distance. Lu Xiu instructed. Everyone nodded, and the group of 98 people rushed toward the vortex. As soon as they rushed into the vortex, they felt the sky and earth spinning. Lu Ming and the others disappeared without a trace. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming began to feel the sky and earth spinning. In the next moment, earth-shattering shouts rang in his ears. Lu Ming's eyes swept over, and his pupils rapidly shrank in shock. In front of him, countless figures were crisscrossing in the sky. The smell of blood permeated the air. There was a fierce battle going on here. Boom! Large hands blotted out the sky. Sword chi cut through the sky. Spear light pierced through heaven and earth. Flames burned everything. Strong, too strong. Countless experts that Lu Ming could not imagine were fighting. The entire world was torn apart. Incomparably powerful experts were killed one after another. Their corpses fell to the ground like dumplings. What's going on? Where is this? Lu Ming was shocked. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. This sword light seemed to come from the depths of the universe. Space was torn apart. It was boundlessly terrifying. Lu Ming's strength was insignificant in front of this sword light. Ah! Lu Ming let out a long cry. He was unwilling to be killed just like that. He wanted to resist with all his might. Boom! He felt his vision turn black. In the next moment, he opened his eyes. There was a gentle breeze, and the fragrance of flowers assailed his nostrils. Lu Ming realized that he was standing on a grassland. The grassland was filled with wild flowers. The terrifying battlefield just now had disappeared without a trace. Could it be that everything just now was an illusion? This place is called the Dongming ancient battlefield. Perhaps it's just a reflection of the real scene back then. Lu Ming guessed. Perhaps everyone who had just entered would have seen the scene just now. It was condensed from an immortal battle intent. It flowed between heaven and earth, and even time couldn't decay it. This ancient battlefield is probably not simple. According to the records, the Dongming ancient battlefield is just a corner of another ancient battlefield. It was separated from the original world and was condensed by the experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming pondered. At this moment, his expression changed. A 10,000 miles voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. There was a message from Jian Fengyan. He had gathered the people of the Cloud Emperor mountain range at a place. It's in the north. If I can receive the 10,000 miles voice transmission talisman, it means that it's within 10,000 miles. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He intended to act alone. However, since it wasn't far away, there was no harm in taking a look. He soared into the air and headed north. He arrived at a distance of less than 10,000 miles in an instant. There were already dozens of people gathered by a small lake. All of them were geniuses of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. When Lu Ming arrived, everyone's eyes were on him. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, a few figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming in the middle. They were Blue Cloud, Yan Feishuan, Yang Liuji, and a few others. Lu Ming, you actually dare to gather here. You're courting death. It's not easy to kill you outside, but there's no need to worry about the Dongming ancient battlefield. Blue Cloud said. Yan Feishuan and the others' voices were extremely cold. You want to kill me with just a few pieces of trash? Ridiculous. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he smiled faintly. Lu Ming, don't think that you're stronger than me just because your score was higher than mine in the preliminaries. Now, I'll let you know my true strength. Great Sun Divine Fist. Yan Feishuan roared. His fist was glowing as he threw out a punch. A resplendent sun appeared and blasted towards Lu Ming. Its power was several times stronger than Yang Liuji's Great Sun Divine Fist. Boom! Lu Ming was very direct. He swept out his long spear and merged the power of wind and fire. Puff! Yan Feishuan's Great Sun Divine Fist was like a small flame that was extinguished. The spear light did not stop and blasted on Yan Feishuan's body. Yan Feishuan screamed as his body flew out like a cannonball for 1,000 meters. He coughed out mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with horror. You dare to say that you're strong? Chapter 377. There was a dead silence. Most of the people looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming is too strong, right? During the qualifiers, although Lu Ming's points were higher than Yan Feishuan's, it wasn't by much. Their combat strength should be at the same level. Now, Lu Ming had beaten Yan Feishuan to the point where he coughed up blood. How could they be at the same level? Blue Cloud Dao's face froze. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Even he couldn't injure Yan Feishuan in one move. Could it be that Lu Ming's combat strength is above his? How is that possible? Yang Liuji's face was pale. His eyes were wide open and he almost peed in his pants. Lu Ming's combat strength is too scary. Lu Ming, what are you doing? You've just arrived and you've injured your own people, reducing the strength of our Cloud Emperor mountain range. What are you trying to do? Blue Cloud Dao rolled his eyes and suddenly shouted. That's right, Lu Ming. You've offended the people of Qianjiang Water region and you're making us the scapegoat. I suggest that Lu Ming leave the team. The person that Qianjiang Water region wants is Lu Ming, not us. As long as Lu Ming isn't here, the people of Qianjiang Water region shouldn't make things difficult for us. Yang Liuji, who was hiding behind Blue Cloud Dao, shouted. Since they can't beat Lu Ming, they'll use force to suppress Lu Ming and force Lu Ming to leave the team. That's right, Lu Ming. If you're in the team, all of us will be harmed by you. Blue Cloud Dao also shouted. The rest of the people also looked at Lu Ming unkindly. They felt that Blue Cloud Dao and Yang Liuji's words made sense. Hee, you want me to leave? Even if you don't say anything, I'll leave. But before I leave, I'll kill a few of you. Lu Ming sneered. Swish. Lu Ming stabbed his spear towards Blue Cloud Dao. Spear light burst out. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure flashed and appeared in front of Blue Cloud. A jet black sword light slashed out and collided with Lu Ming's spear light. Boom! Chi energy shot out in all directions. Lu Ming's body swayed, and he retreated 3 steps. Young Master Tian Shi. The person who suddenly attacked was young Master Sky Snake. Young Master Tian Shi's face was gloomy as he looked at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, you've gone too far. You did something wrong and implicated others. Now you actually want to kill people. Do you really think you're invincible? Oh. Seems like you want to meddle in other people's business." Lu Ming sneered. "What do you mean by meddling in other people's business? Brother Lan is my best friend. Moreover, he's right. You should get out of the team to avoid harming others." Young Master Tian Shi said sinisterly. "Reptile, let's see if you can stop me." Lu Ming exuded a powerful aura. "What did you say? You're courting death." Young Master Tian Shi emitted a cold murderous intent. Lu Ming actually dared to call him a reptile. Damn it. Young Master Tian Shi exuded a terrifying aura. He was much stronger than Blue Cloud Dao and the rest. Young Master Tian Shi was ranked 2nd on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard and could compete with Jian Fengyan. He was definitely not someone Blue Cloud Dao could compare to. His combat strength was terrifying. Lu Ming was probably not his match now. However, Lu Ming was fearless. Even if he was not his match, it was impossible for young Master Tian Shi to kill him. "Everyone, this Lu Ming is a scourge. Leaving him alive will only cause our deaths. Why don't we attack together and kill him?" At this time, Blue Cloud Dao shouted to the others in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. The others' eyes flickered. "That's right. I agree with Brother Lan." Someone stood out and looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. "I agree too." More than 10 people stood out one after another. Together with young Master Tian Shi and Blue Cloud Dao, they formed a powerful force and pressed down on Lu Ming. Among them, there was a genius like Ji Ruffing who was ranked 7th on the Cloud Emperor leaderboard. However, there were also some people who stood still. "Huh, Lu Ming, you have become the public enemy. Surrender now." Blue Cloud Dao sneered. "Do you think you can kill me with just the likes of you?" Lu Ming Dao sneered. He was not afraid at all. "Everyone." At this time, Jian Fengyan walked out and frowned. The incident at Qianjiang Water Region has nothing to do with Lu Ming. Qianjiang Water Region has always looked down on us. Even without Lu Ming, I'm afraid they will not show mercy to us. Why? Jian Fengyan, are you going to protect Lu Ming? Young Master Tian Shi asked. "I'm not protecting anyone. I'm just speaking the truth." Jian Fengyan Dao frowned even more. Hee, Jian Fengyan, if you want to protect Lu Ming, then there is no way for us to work together. Let's leave. Young Master Tian Shi said coldly. Hee. At this time, Lu Ming Dao sneered. His gaze swept over young Master Tian Shi, Blue Cloud Dao, and the others. Murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he said, "Didn't you want me to leave? I'll leave, but the next time we meet, I will kill all of you." Today, Lu Ming Dao wanted to kill Blue Cloud Dao, Yang Liuji, and the others in one fell swoop to eliminate future troubles. However, with young Master Tian Shi's interference, it would be difficult. Moreover, Lu Ming Dao estimated that Jian Fengyan Dao would intervene if a battle were to break out. Jian Fengyan Dao would not be biased, but with his interference, it would be impossible to kill Blue Cloud Dao and the others. Since that was the case, it would be better for him to leave first and raise his cultivation and battle strength. The next time, he would kill Blue Cloud Dao and young Master Tian Shi. There's also Qiu Changkong. Lu Ming Dao swept his gaze around, but he did not see Qiu Changkong's figure. It seemed like Qiu Changkong did not teleport nearby. Next time, you're the one who will die. Young Master Tian Shi sneered. He also wanted to kill Lu Mingdao, but with Jian Fengyun Dao's interference, he knew that it was impossible. Is that so? Lu Mingdao sneered and his figure flashed as he quickly left the place. Seeing Lu Mingdao leave, young Master Tian Shi, Blue Cloud Dao, and the others sneered. The night in the Dongming ancient battlefield is extremely dangerous. Lu Mingdao, let's see how you're going to survive alone. You still want to have a next time? Dream on. Blue Cloud Dao laughed loudly in his heart. Swoosh. Lu Mingdao soared into the sky and was already 10,000 miles away in a short moment. I must find a way to raise my strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve anything in the Dongming ancient battlefield where geniuses are as common as clouds. Lu Mingdao pondered. This area was full of life, unlike the desolate and deathly silent battlefield that he had imagined. It seemed that after a long time, this land had recovered its vitality. From time to time, he could see groups of demonic beasts. However, these demonic beasts were not of high levels, so Lu Mingdao had no interest in hunting them. Also, it's best to find an ancient city before nightfall. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. Lu Mingdao frowned. 2 days ago, he had also studied the records of the Dongming ancient battlefield. According to the records, the Dongming ancient battlefield would become very strange and dangerous at night. Lu Mingdao continued to fly forward. Soon, a vast mountain appeared in front of him. Ancient trees towered over the vast mountain, and the roars of beasts were continuous. Lu Mingdao did not stop and flew over the mountain. Caw! Before he could fly far, a sharp cry rang out. A huge strange bird rushed out from the forest, flapping its wings and creating gusts of wind. A pair of sharp iron claws grabbed at Lu Mingdao. A Class 7 4th level demonic beast. Chapter 378. A Class 7 LV4 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial arts grandmaster LV7 martial artist. Finally, a high-level demonic beast. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. At the same time, a long spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The long spear pierced through the air and pierced the strange bird's chest. The strange bird cried out. A large hole was blasted open in its chest. It was completely devoid of life as it fell from the sky. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed forward and controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline to devour the blood essence of the strange bird. At the same time, he split open the strange bird's body and took out a monster pill. Lu Ming would not miss the monster pill of a Class 7 LV4 demonic beast. The 9 dragons' bloodline swallowed the monster pill and began to refine it. A part of the blood essence and monster pill's energy was converted into genuine qi. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at Martial Arts Grandmaster LV5. The blood essence and monster pill of a Class 7 LV4 demonic beast were of limited use to him. There seems to be high-level demonic beasts in this forest. I'll hunt them while I search for the ancient city. After making up his mind, Lu Ming continued to fly forward. Roar! Not long after, there was a loud roar. A ferocious tiger with 2 heads dashed out of the forest and pounced on Lu Ming. After a while, the tiger's blood essence and monster pill were converted into Lu Ming's genuine qi. The forest was very large. Lu Ming had been flying for 5 or 6 hours, but he still could not fly out of the forest. In the process, Lu Ming had killed more than a dozen Class 7 and 8 LV4 demonic beasts and refined their blood essence and monster pills. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the early stage of Martial Arts Grandmaster LV5. He had not reached the middle stage of Martial Arts Grandmaster LV5. Lu Ming was speechless. At this time, the sun had set and night had begun to fall. Since the sun had set, the forest had become quiet. There was no sound at all. Other than the sound of the wind, all other living creatures seemed to have disappeared at this moment. It was as if all other living creatures had disappeared at once. Heaven and earth were silent. Lu Ming frowned and rushed down the forest. Sure enough, there was not a single demonic beast in the forest. Not even a single insect could be seen. Lu Ming advanced through the forest, his gaze sweeping the area. After a while, he made a discovery. A wolf-shaped demonic beast was hiding in an underground cave that was more than 10 meters deep. It was shivering in fear. Lu Ming frowned as he left the underground cavern and continued forward. At some point in time, the sky was filled with thick dark clouds, and the world was plunged into darkness. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation, he could only see a few hundred meters away. Huff huff, gusts of cold wind blew past, and it was especially eerie. Lu Ming frowned. With a flicker, he landed on a large tree and observed his surroundings. Gagga. Suddenly, a series of strange cries rang out in the distance. The cries seemed to be coming closer and closer, as if they were rushing towards Lu Ming. Gagga. The cries grew louder and noisier. It didn't seem to be coming from one thing, but from many things. But in the next moment, those voices suddenly disappeared without a trace. Where did you go? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Huff huff, a gust of cold wind blew past Lu Ming's neck. Not good. Without thinking, Lu Ming soared into the sky. Chi! A cold and sharp force swept past Lu Ming's body and hit the big tree that Lu Ming had just landed on. The big tree was directly cut in two and fell to the ground. Gagga, chi chi, the strange cries rang out again. At the same time, a cold and sharp force attacked Lu Ming. What the hell is this? Die for me. Lu Ming swept out with his long spear. But Lu Ming felt that the long spear swept out, as if it was sweeping the air, and there was no place to exert force. In the next moment, a cold force attacked from behind Lu Ming. Swish! In an instant, Lu Ming's body soared into the sky. Looking down from the sky, Lu Ming finally saw what attacked him. 7 or 8 black shadows in human form. Their facial features couldn't be seen clearly. They were drifting in the air at an extremely fast speed. These damn things can't be real ghosts, can they? Lu Ming was shocked. He felt that it was very possible. This was an ancient battlefield. Countless creatures had died in the past. Blood flowed like rivers, and resentment filled the sky. It was possible for ghosts and evil creatures like ghosts to be born. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming stomped down. Buzz! An inexplicable vibration spread out. A terrifying force erupted from Lu Ming's feet. Vaguely, there was even the sound of a dragon's roar. Gagga, those black ghosts seemed to be very frightened. They let out ear-piercing and unpleasant cries. But under the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps, they instantly turned into ashes and dissipated. It seems that the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps has a miraculous effect on these damn things. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It made sense. Dragons were powerful creatures that stood at the peak of all things in the world. They were sacred and could not be offended. Not to mention the 9 dragons that were stronger than ordinary true dragons. The 9 dragons stomping the sky steps was named after the 9 dragons stomping the sky. It naturally contained the will of the 9 dragons. With one step, the evil spirits retreated and the ghosts dissipated. Gagga, but these black ghosts were defeated. The ear-piercing cries came from afar again. More spirits were charging towards them. Let's get out of here first. Lu Ming took a step forward and quickly flew into the distance. In the pitch-black world, the strange cries continued. Lu Ming looked around. There were black shadows flying everywhere. It was like a group of demons dancing. Chi-chi, a few spirits flew toward Lu Ming, emitting beams of cold and sinister energy. Boom! Lu Ming swept out with his spear. 100-meter-long spear light shattered the cold forces and scattered the ghosts at the same time. But in the next moment, those ghosts gathered together again. However, they seemed to have become smaller. It's not completely ineffective. Using force to attack still has some effect. It's just that the effect is not as good. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Swish! Swish! Then, he swept out 2 more times. The thick spear light blasted out, containing the powerful force of wind and fire. The ghosts were scattered again. When they gathered again, they were much smaller. Lu Ming did not stop and rushed past. There were more ghosts blocking his way. Lu Ming scattered them in the same way. This was all thanks to Lu Ming's fusion of wind and fire. If it was just one force, even if it was perfect, it would not have such an effect. As for the 9 dragons stomping the sky steps, although the effect was good, it consumed too much energy. Lu Ming would not use it unless it was necessary. Just like that, Lu Ming rushed forward. But after 100 miles, Lu Ming suddenly stopped and looked ahead in shock. Kacha, in front of him, there was actually a group of soldiers in iron armor. However, the iron armor on each soldier was tattered and full of saber and sword marks. It was full of the aura of time. Every soldier held a large black iron sword in their hands, and they were filled with fighting spirit. But the terrifying thing was that it was impossible to see the faces of each soldier. At a glance, it was a black fog. In the place where their eyes were, there were 2 scarlet lights. Are these the legendary ghost soldiers? Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. The group of ghost soldiers walked forward step by step and disappeared into the darkness. No one knew where they were going. This ancient battlefield is indeed evil and terrifying. No wonder it is said to be extremely dangerous at night.